And we are live. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Alien Spaceship stream. You could be watching from anywhere around the country or the world, and I really appreciate it. Coming to you from the Spaceship Studios from a galaxy far, far away, and here we go. I will be jumping over to the other screen for everybody to see me. Alright, hello. So, I meant to go live a little bit earlier, but there was some stuff with the cat. He was wanting some attention, and I did a complete reset on everything with the internet, and at the moment, it's working perfectly fine at the moment. And yesterday, although we had some hiccups, we still were able to do the stream, and now the stream just has a problem. Anyway, it has a problem. And hello, Dwayne and Five Cats. It's great to see both of you. I am glad to see y'all. Today was an interesting day with the Karen Reed trial, and chat was my main focus today, and it looks like there are still people that are fighting and acting silly, but basically what the situation is that I see what you're saying, Five Cats, yes. Basically the situation is it looks like it's getting a little bit more evened out. It's getting a little bit better with the people in the chat, but more healthy conversations are happening. But still, there's people fighting a little bit back and forth. But it looks like it was better today. Hello, Aaron. Good to see you. I meant to go live a little bit earlier, but said I did a complete reset on everything, and I was doing some stuff with the cat. Now, right now, Bubbles is sleeping over there, and he's just sitting there. Now, I could bring him over, but he gets a little bit camera shy, so I have to be careful about this. Okay, I'll be right back. See if he wants to come over. All right, he doesn't want to. He's a little bit shy. He's a little bit shy, but maybe I saw him for a second when I was trying to put him in my lap, but he wants to hang out over there. But yeah, yeah, that was him for a second. Now, one time I had a caller on the show, and I showed him to the camera. I used to do that a lot, and he had no problem with it. But one time he got scared, and he crawled up my back and ran off, and he hit the knight right here. There's a knight right here, and he, I was bleeding a little bit, but I was okay. Yeah, whites are so shy. Yes, yeah. All right, this is the knight. I got it from Florida during Hurricane Katrina, from a cousin, and it's been chilling with me, hanging out with me on my streams. All right. So what we're doing now is, as we always do, while people come through, we play the game, and in a little bit we'll get into some other articles and topics and stuff like that. All right. But we're still gonna be talking about the trials and things like that. It's a nice way to, as we have our friends come through, we do this. All right. So glad to see all of you here, and yeah, so thanks for the love chat. I appreciate it. And so basically, another thing is about Diddy. We'll be talking about updates with Diddy, and if the game doesn't cooperate for whatever reason, it's okay. But the game is right here, so we'll go switch over to the other window to show that. Alright, so here we go. We have the game right here. And Aaron says, can't stay long. Can't stay long. Big hockey game tonight. But I miss chatting with everyone. Karen Reed is crazy. Yeah, absolutely. Karen Reed is a crazy trial. People are absolutely nuts there. And what I also will do is I'll go and see if there's any Diddy updates. At the moment, I want to, although it's over with for the day, but I'll see about any updates about it. Let's see. Okay. Scared. All right. And it's good that, and also, Wayne, I hope that you're having a great day with whatever you're doing, and I appreciate your support. All right, let's see. Diddy. Yeah, that. Let's see what's going on with the diddler. All right, 19 minutes ago, Ventura's attorney said his client gave powerful testimony today. Wow, it really happened. That's what Zero predicted because of the solar flare. Five Cat says, "Did you hear about the earthquake near Crete and potential tsunami? It's a dream of so much and had vision there when I lived there." Oh, I didn't hear about that, but it sounds like an amazing place. And prayers for those people that are dealing with the tsunami. You see, there's a solar flare that's going to be coming towards our planet that will tomorrow on the 15th of May in the U.S. So right now it's the 14th. So on the 15th, it's going to be coming. So the solar flare may be causing some problems with that. It might do some more things, but prayers to those people. That is a horrible potential tsunami. Prayers for those people. And Aaron says, "Do you watch Lori Vallow? She had a hearing today, went almost exactly how you would expect it." Where was it at? Was it on Law and Crime? I don't, as I said, I don't mind watching other channels, but I didn't know it was on. So, thank you for the update. I'll go check it out. My cat's named after the whole events that happened in Crete. Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. All right. Here's some Diddy updates. And hello, Eugene. Gracious greetings to you, too. Ventura's attorney said his client gave powerful testimony today. Douglas Wigdor, Casey Ventura's attorney, told reporters outside a court in New York City today that his client delivered powerful testimony in her second day on the stand in the trial of ex-boyfriend Sean Diddy Combs. Okay, thank you, Aaron. Thank you. I'll go check that out. Just the whole thing was powerful, and she told her truth, Wigdor said. "I wouldn't want to be doing that cross-examination, that's for sure." He also said he was not surprised when Ventura revealed on the stand that her 2023 lawsuit against Combs was settled for $20 million, saying it was a fact. Usually in lawsuits, it ends in a settlement. That's something that I learned, is that when somebody gets sued, most of the time it ends in a settlement. All the time, pretty much. When the Minoans were wiped out. Oh, okay. Thank you, Five Cats, for clarifying about that. Widger said Ventura testified during her pregnancy is always concerned, especially when she's about to give birth coming weeks. Quote, "She's holding up strong," Widger said. "I mean, having a recount what happened during those 10 years and beyond, talking about her contemplation of self-deletion, really just very powerful." When the reporters asked about Ventura's state of mind recounting her relationship with Combs, Widger said his client was numb from drugs she was taking and everything she had gone through. She realized that she had to tell the truth. Widger was also asked how Ventura's husband was doing. He said, "Put yourself in his shoes." The attorney reiterated he has great faith in the jury system, adding, "Today was a very powerful day." Now, Diddy has Brian Steele on his side, and I predicted that Diddy, I never said this on a video or anything, but I to myself predicted that he would choose Brian Steele. I thought he would. Alright. Combs' trial evidence includes incident report about 2016 hotel assault and photos of aftermath. Some of the evidence, including Sean Diddy Combs' sex trafficking trial, made above to the public, including email from former security guard who responded to a 2016 incident between... Hello, Sharon. It's great to see you, friend. And the other friends, too. Trafficking trial had made the above public, including an email from a former security guard who responded to a 2016 incident between Combs and Casey Ventura, his then girlfriend, in which hotel surveillance footage showed Combs physically assaulting her. Hello, Gloria. Scared. I'm giving some Diddy updates, and then I will continue the game. The evidence is related to the testimony on Monday from Los Angeles police officer Israel Flores, who was security official at the former Intercontinental Hotel in Los Angeles in March 2016, when he got a call saying there was a woman in distress. Flores testified that Combs later approached him in the hotel room with a wad of cash he interrupted to bribe. He also declined the cash. In his email to management, Zero, you are a trooper, and I appreciate what you did. And I looked at the video you sent me, the videos you sent me, and in Crete, there's a tsunami warning, like you predicted, that there would be certain events that would happen when this thing would come here. I don't know if they're related, but it's something interesting. So, Zero, thank you. You helped warn everybody about this, because, Zero, it's all over the news about the sun. And that was cool how that happened, because people at first were not too certain about what you were doing and what you're trying to say. But yeah, you were right. And also, Zero said, as you told me in the email, it's only round 2. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, thank you, Zero. I salute you for your service. In his email to management about the incident, Flores wrote, Combs told him, you take care of this and I'll take care of you. You had a vision in the past 32 years about Crete. Yeah, Zero, you could send it to me in the email about the final round. And Five Cats says, I had visions for the past 32 years about this in Crete. Well, the hours finally come, and I'm glad that you shared that with us. And the prophecy is now coming true. In this email management about the incident, Flores wrote, Combs told him, you take care of this and I'll take care of you. And there are also 4 photos of the aftermath of assault in the hallway. They show the broken vase and flowers strewn across the hallway and strains on the wall. That's okay, Five Cats. I've experienced the same thing also. Sometimes I say things I think are going to happen. Sometimes I keep it to myself. Oh, Steve. That is so deep. It's like not only seeing Steve in the chat, but also ABL, Alien Broadcast Live. I love that. Combs' family embraced in a prayer circle at court. Sean Diddy Combs' family was seen embracing in a prayer circle at court after Casey Ventura finished a direct testimony against Combs. Combs' son's mother and others were holding hands inside the courthouse lobby shortly after the family exited the courthouse together. Yeah, Alien Cast is also good too. Thank you, Zero. Thank you. Alright. I'll look at it right now. Thank you, Zero. All right. I'm going to read this. This has to do with Uranus and Casimir. This has to do with some astrology stuff, but it's confirmed through calculations in this, the astronomical study of it. All right. So on May 16th to 18th, long range forecast analysts. He says, I don't know astronomy or astrology, but I know magnetics, and this ain't looking good. All right, so I'm going to read you all some. It might be from astrology, but it's confirmed through scientific magnetics. All right. On April 21, Earth entered into the high speed stream, created a massive coronal hole on the sun. Now its eighth rotation, 26 days. Later puts a potential rotation on the number 9 on May 17th, 9 being a number of endings in a powerful planetary geometry defined by the Earth opposite of Uranus, Venus, opposite to Jupiter and Mars, opposite to Saturn. Saturn and Neptune are within a 5-degree orbit of Mercury, activator according to the pioneer of the space weather forecast method of J.H. Nelson, because it's approximately to the sun and its great orbital velocity, just conjectured. First Saturn and then Neptune, Pluto, and Uranus are 5 degrees trine. Both are sextile to Saturn, Neptune, and Mercury, Venus, and Jupiter, both square. Neptune, Mercury, and Earth, Moon are tightly trine to Saturn, Neptune, and Mercury, while being sextile to Pluto, 5-degree orb. Some sextiles tie of the other planets together, like Eris with Saturn and Uranus. The combination of a hard harmonic aspects of distributed throughout the inner and outer planets makes this a rare and powerful planetary configuration, suggesting significant disturbances. All right, so thank you, Zero, for the information. Yes, exactly, Gloria. The ABL thing. Yes. Alien Broadcast Live. Here we just have a dust storm, brown dust, and spring log. About praying on the beach of Crete as had rocks afire and huge tidal wave coming towards me. Oh, thank you, Five Cats. Okay, I create my own artwork based on that. Eugene enjoys a beer, alien spaceship, and gentle thunderstorm. Oh, I love that. Okay, I'll show the picture to the audience. All right. Okay. All right, so that's how it works. So that is the geometrics of it. I know, Sharon. That's why I just waited old faithful alien spaceship to bring us together. Yes, it went to find y'all and nothing. Gloria, no, they dropped us like an angry ex. Oh, well, we need to make the $3 away from law and crime and a Timu refund. Right. Casey Ventura, husband, went outside the courthouse for part of her testimony today. Oh yeah, Eugene, it's way worse than Ben Shapiro's chat or Tim Cast or whatever his name is, Tim Pool. Worse than any of those people. Yeah. Casey Ventura's husband, Alex Fine, walked out of the courtroom when prosecution started asking about the events of 2018 following Judge Arun Subramanian's order yesterday. Fine took an aisle seat when Ventura's testimony resumed after a break, and when the prosecutor got to 2018, he quietly stood and walked out. Sharon says, Alien, does your channel ABKE to give notifications? Aaron, good night. Thank you for coming. Alright, Sharon says, Alien dies scared. So, Sharon, can you clarify what you mean exactly? Does my channel give notifications? I would think my channel does give people notifications. If that's what you mean. Zero says, starts running around like a crazy person. You're all going to get deleted if you're not at par. Too bad. I know many of you aren't. Looks around. Carry a smile evilly. Okay. Yeah, my channel gives. I believe people get notifications from my channel. I believe that's how y'all found this. I guess. So it puts out a notification, especially when I'm doing when I schedule a live. It kind of gives people an alert before I go live. But this is a surprise live, so yeah. As far as I know, it does. But it's good to tap the bell and to be aware of what's going on, because just in case if something doesn't go right. I think there's a time in the past YouTube had a problem with notifications, but I don't know if it has a problem with it. Able. Oh. Let's see. Yeah, it gives notifications as far as I know, yeah. But it's always good to check, to make sure if it doesn't. Yes, is the second channel I get all updates. Will press formally the squirrel is my first. No offense, Alien. That's okay. That is fine. I don't offense not taken. It's all good. I'm glad that you're here with us. Yeah, Sharon. Also it's probably if it's a Android that it loves doing spell check. Android loves doing spell check. As I have a tablet and it spell checks like an MFer. Why is this happened? Why this happened? Defense lawyer for Sean Diddy Combs indicated yesterday that they may call Fine to testify about alleged Combs raped Ventura Combs' former GF and one of his accusers in 2018. So Judge Sub Yeah, that's true, Zero. The iPhone has an eyeball. Yeah, it might be watching what we're doing. I like Android. Also, I like Android and iPhone. Scared. Sean Diddy Combs indicated yesterday that they may call fine to testify about alleged Combs raped the former GF and one of his accusers in 2018. So Judge Sub Bermine allowed the fine to sit in the courtroom to support his wife during her testimony, which began on Tuesday. Droid. Some background: Ventura Fine married in 2018 during a secret ceremony in Malibu. 1 year Ventura Combs' long relationship ended, according to the interview with Vogue. All right, I'm back to the game. All right, let's sink some ships and chill and talk about stuff. All right. Yeah, so I think that we have some interesting stuff with the sun's outbursts that it had, and according to Zero, there's gonna be more that's gonna be coming. And I'm glad that we have the internet to be able to be informed about what's going on, because a lot of times, people could live under a rock, but it's good that we know what may be coming our way. Oh, okay, Sharon. Thank you for clarifying about that. It's all good. It happens, and sometimes the technology can be kind of cringe. Scared. Yeah, I think the island of Crete is so fascinating. I remember the other day I was talking to G about the the beaches, and then we talked about I was talking about Crete, what I learned from Five Cats. So we talked about that, and that was very cool. And I'm glad I learned about these beaches and things from people, because it's an interesting conversation to have. So basically, in Eastern Europe and Croatia, they have beaches that are so completely cheap and they're very beautiful. It was because the communist country destroyed their economy, so that's why everything was cheaper over there. Jesus said, "Fear not." Amen. That is true. Jesus said to not be afraid. That's true. Yeah, because I think that it's important to talk about this with different people. And I knew about Crete. My school, their theme is called the Spartans. So I always knew about Greece, and I like Greece, especially with their food. And I think that was very cool. Very cool to have that, there. And I really enjoyed it very much, uh, with the talking about it and eating the food and the culture and stuff. But basically, and my friend from school, his family owns a Greek restaurant. But I learned more about Crete from Five Cats, and I learned more about Eastern Europe from my friend Super D in Germany. So that's why it's important to have networking, because we all can learn from the other person, and it's not basically with the YouTube channels and all of our being connected through different channels. That is how you You know, it's a social network. It's a way of connecting to others. Oh, Breeze, I've missed you very much. I'm glad that you're here. And Five Cats, what is your favorite spot? Is it the mountain part, like where the, or is it the beach itself? Which one do you like better? A lot of the beaches here, now the West Coast would have beaches like similar to Crete, but like especially in the Gulf Coast in Florida and stuff, the beaches are just it's a sand and water. That's what it is. But it's interesting to see these other beaches where you have so many mountains and different terrain and caves in them and stuff like that. Bubbles is knocked out sleeping. He's very peaceful right now. Eugene, which was the day for the warning stay out of the sun? Now, Steve, it's going to hit on tomorrow. That's when it's going to come. But I don't know what day you're thinking of specifically. Five Cat says it's the sea, but I have connection with the Mahos in the mountains of Kritu. Well, that's very cool that you have that special connection. And I'm sure that you cherish it very much. You know, I have connections with different places and stuff too. I can relate. I will. We will do that. Absolutely. And also, I'll talk about the pirates, the mother of all the cats. All right. You know, there is something going on where the in Somalia there is a wave of piracy that occurred. Oh, okay, okay. Thank you, Steve. I wouldn't know. In Somalia, there's a rise in piracy, and also the minnows. Okay, I'll check that out too. All right, all right, Five Cats. I'll do it. All right. So let's do this. I'll look it up. Let's go here. I want to go to the right window. Shout out to the spaceship cats. All right. All right. This is the Minoan civilization. The Minoan gotta run. Break is over. Been helping the community theater for an upcoming play, but will be home Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, so I'll still see you all again. Okay, Breeze, you take care. I used to be in school plays and stuff, so you take care and have a good time with that. Sharon, which people you mean specifically? Anyway, the Minoan civilization was a Bronze Age culture which was centered on island of Crete, known for its monumental architecture and energetic art. It is often regarded as the first civilization in Europe. The ruins of the Minoan palaces at Knossos and Phaistos are popular tourist attractions. The Minoan civilization developed from the Neolithic culture around 3100 BC with a complex urban settlement beginning around 2000 BC. After 1450 BC, they came under the cultural and perhaps political domination of the mainland Mycenaean Greeks, forming a hybrid culture which lasted until around 1100 BC. Minoan art includes elaborately decorated pottery, seals, and figurines, and colorful frescoes. Typical subjects include nature and its ritual. Minoan art is often described as having a fantastical or ecstatic quality in figures rendered in a manner suggested motion. Hello, Regina. It is great to see you. And also, I got your email, lovely email, and I will give you the information that you need about that. And my name, my first name, is Hansel, like Hansel and Gretel. And I think the Germans pronounce it Hansel. But we say it Hansel over here. And Mary Toodles is my mom. So that is about me. Also, Regina, which I'll send you this information in an email. The type of microphone that I use is a Tunar. I'll tell you exactly what it's called. Yes, Steve. I didn't know you didn't know my name. Yes, it's Hansel. Yes. All right, so I'll tell you the name exactly what this thing's called. Right. Yes. Yes, Five Cats. Yes. Yeah, Hansel. All right, it's a Tonor, Tonor, and it's a TC-777. And I'll show you the box. And as I said, I'll send you this in an email. Y'all can see me right here. But we're going to go here. All right, see, look. Y'all may not be able to see this completely well, but it's a, let's see, Tonor. It's not that expensive in my opinion, but I'll rephrase that. It's not. It's under $100 if I recall correctly. Also, the webcam that I use is a Logitech, and it was used in my original when I started my channel when I was a kid. That was the original webcam that I use, but it's a modern version of it. So the webcam is a newer version of the older version of the webcam. It's a Logi, and if I recall correctly, it's under $100. And it has a USB where you put it in the USB area, not area, but the USB slot. Same thing with the Tonor. You just plug it into the USB. But as I said, I'll send you an email. We'll talk about it. We can talk about it here if you want, but also I'll send you an email about it as well. I'll be glad to help you about that. And also use OBS for the streaming stuff, but also at some point you could use streaming on your phone. Thank you, Regina. My mom's mother named me. My grandma named me. My mom's side has a German theme because they're part German, but they're related to other parts of Europe too, like the Mediterranean and France and the UK and different places. But the main theme is Germany. Steve says, my name is Justin, by the way. Most of you know this is just an Alice. Right. but it's what I go by. Thank you, Regina. Thank you. And also, you need about 30 or 50 subs to go live. So at first, it might be videos and stuff. And then you would go and do that. And now, something that I've been doing lately is I've brought back my ad campaign, which is about certain videos that I did a couple years ago about Planet 10 and the aliens and stuff. I make ads about them on YouTube. Like, you see the ads on YouTube, I make some ads, and I've gotten more people to the channel that way. That's how I did it, which I did it organically. I got people from other channels to subscribe to me from streams, and also I did it, or like, put out a video, somebody subscribes to me. Also, I did some ads because I learned from marketing, like in vlogging and like marketing products and stuff, about marketing a product. So I applied that logic to the YouTube channel. As I said, I don't do it all the time. I do it every so often. But yeah, I've got quite a few clicks, and it's, good exposure. And had some. Sometimes there's trolls. Sometimes there's no trolls. But basically, when you are having a channel and you're getting popular, or even before you get popular, people will go and attack you. Yes, and 5 cats found me on Law and Crime. Yes, that's true. Steve, I only say that because I have skin lupus, which is extremely sensitive to sun. I try not to put sunscreen on, but I learned I can't be like everyone. Why don't I have members? Of 5 cats, the channel is not... I don't know if I'm going to do members when it gets monetized, but the channel is almost monetized. I'm almost there. I would be able to get the stream monetized where I'll be able to get super chats and stuff and make members. I'm almost there. I'm getting very close. Just a couple of hundred more, and I'll be able of watch time hours, and I'll be able to get super chats. Thanks to all of you. But basically, with members, I don't know. I probably will do it. I'm not too sure. Because it's one thing, it's not monetized yet to be able to do that, but I'm getting close. Second thing, I don't know we're doing that or not, but I might. Because, we'll put some sort of content out for people to see. But I'll probably do it, 5 cats. I'll probably have members when the time comes for when I get monetized. All right. All right, 5 cats, I'll do it. All right, understood. And Eugene says you could have different color aliens for members. That sounds like a good idea, and that would be a good theme. And now, you know what? I am going to do it because Sarah was talking about some stickers I could do. That do it now, get into Choppa. Yeah, and also because we're thinking about some stickers to put when I get monetized. We will be able to have stickers and about the space yetis and the alien stuff. Yeah, it'll be pretty cool. So yeah, that's right. I remember now. Sarah suggested some ideas for stickers. So yeah, I'll do the members when I get monetized. Ooh. All right, so hello, Danny. Good to see you, buddy. Hello, Governor. Danny in the house. The way you get monetized is that you have to have 3,000 watch time hours to get monetized through the super chats. And there's 2 levels of monetization. The first level is super chats, putting your store. I have merch. I do have merch. And Rebecca actually got the scared hoodie. But so like you could put like merch in the part of your videos, and you would be able to get the members and also super chats. The second monetization is when they will pay you a couple of cents for ads they run on your channel. Yeah, thank you, Danny. That's a good idea. Thank you, Five Cats. I am honored about your feedback, and I appreciate it. And yes, merch. Yes, merch. Yeah, Rebecca. Yeah, she got it. Yeah, yeah. So basically, there is the scared hoodie, and Rebecca she got it, and it was so how it worked was it was a birthday present that she got from her boyfriend, and then I'll tell you the story. So basically, there's another merch store I had, but the group seemed like it had problems or was having some issues. So I want to make sure if y'all order merch for me that it works and it does. You don't have any problems. So I for like a whole night, which I usually stay up until the crack of dawn anyway, but yeah, the whole like evening, like the night when I'm on the computer, I was looking up different options. And then the next day, it was a cloudy, rainy day. I went and looked up all over these different forums and like Reddit and stuff to see the different places we could use and reviews. So, Fourth Wall Group was the one to. So basically, how it works is this company makes the merch and they put it out and do like the other stuff, and I make the product. If that makes sense. So basically, what happens is I did it. I used that group, and it had good reviews, and other content creators used them. And then I put the merch out, and Rebecca, because Rebecca wanted a hoodie, and I got it like this, and it went over there, and it looks great. It looks great on her. It came out very well. Yes, yes, that's true. All right, so I'll put it. I'll put a link so y'all can check out the site. All right, so go here. I want to check it out. All right. Make sure that this works. Go here. Make sure everything works properly. Now, what I could do is link. I could make the link shorter. Hold on, I'm gonna make the link a little bit shorter, real quick. I could. The other thing that I did was link shortening. I learned this from affiliate marketing, where you can make a link shorter when you're putting something, when you're doing stuff like this. So put that here. And does this work? Okay, so I have to be right back in a moment. Right back. Okay, here we go. Let's go here. Does that work? It's okay if it doesn't shorten it. Okay. Looks like it does not want to shorten it. All right, it worked. Here we go. You see, there's certain websites where you can get a merch to where you could get a a link shortener. So like basically affiliate marketing, you have like a blog and you could put a link for somebody to buy something, and you could take a link for the affiliate link and you could shorten it with link shortener. So that's how it works. There you go. Steve, I I don't know. I might. It depends. I'm not sure. Hopefully, I will be, but I don't know if I'm going to be able to make it. But I'll try to. You're welcome, Sharon. Yeah, alien lives matter. Yeah. I remember Alienware and Alien Workshop. Yeah. Okay. Oh, okay, Danny. Well, I'm glad you're able to tell us hello. All right. Yeah, also, I'll show you all. Oh, look at this. It's SC Wolverines. Look at this. Oh man, it's been so long, SC Wolverines. A shout out to SC Wolverines. He's like Steve and Danny. He's an OG from the channel. He was one of my original people for my live streams. Right on, Steve. Right on. And SC Wolverines has a great channel, and he does survival tips and he covers news and stuff. I recommend his channel. Another one is Gam Catches Up. He paints 3D models of different characters and things. That's another good channel to check out. Gam Catches Up. Also, yeah. So SC Wolverines. I had a dream that you're in my dream. So you bought an Alien Workshop shirt in the 90s. Oh, that's cool. SC, my sincerest condolences for your loss. Yeah, SC's the OG. Right. So, SC, condolences for your loss. All right. And basically continuing about the Minoan civilization. All right. Yeah, SC, I can imagine it's been really rough, man. The Minoan civilization developed from the local Neolithic culture around 3100 BC, with the complex urban settlements beginning around 2000 BC. After c. 1450 BC, they came under the cultural and perhaps political domination of mainland Macedonian Greeks, forming a hybrid culture which lasted until 1100 BC. Minoan art included elaborately decorated pottery, seals, figurines, and colorful frescoes. Typical subjects include nature and ritual. Minoan art is often described as having a fantastical aesthetic quality, with figures rendered in a manner suggesting motion. Little is known about the structure of Minoan society. Minoan art contains no unambiguous depictions of a monarch, a textile evidence, and suggests they may have had some other form of governance. Likewise, it is unclear whether there was ever a unidentified Minoan state. Religious practices, including workshop, peak synchronicity. Well, it's not workshop; it's worship. My bad. Included worship at a peak sanctuaries and sacred caves, but nothing is certain regarding their pantheon. The Minoan constructed enormous labyrinthine buildings which their initial excavators labeled Minoan palaces. Subsequent research also showed that they serve a variety of religious and economic purposes rather than being royal residences, though their exact role in Minoan society is a matter of continuing debate. SC, I've missed you very much. And SC, what I did was I have a lot of friends from the trial chat, and I have a lot of times I have, like right now, and other times I have so many people that hang out with us in the stream. And SC, I was rewatching some of my old streams that you were in like a year or two ago, and you know we've come a long way. So you were a landmark of when I first started. All right, Five Cats. I'm glad that you like me following this, and I'm enjoying learning about this. And we're going to be continuing to read more about this right now. The Minoans developed two writing systems known as Cretan hieroglyphs and a linear A. Because neither script has been fully deciphered, the identity of Minoan language is unknown. Based on what is known, the language is regarded as unlikely belong to a well attested language family such as Indo-European or Semitic. After 1450 BC, a modified version of Linear A known as Linear B was used to write Mycenaean Greek, which had become a language of administration on Crete. Eteocretan language attested in a few post-Bronze Age inscriptions may be descendant of the Minoan language. Oh, congratulations, SC. 500. 500. Oh, wow. Your channel's come a long way. And you're going to keep on growing. And it's so cool that you're making videos and people are subscribing to you organically. That is so cool that you're able to do that. Minoans invented trading across the seas. I didn't know that. That is so cool, but it would make sense from what I'm reading about them. You know, so they, and also Five Cats, in a way, they pioneered the internet too, because that's how we do stuff through the internet. It's like the trading through the sea. So they probably indirectly responsible for the internet, because we did stuff through trade through sea. So that's very cool that they did that. You're welcome, Essie. Largely forgotten after the late Bronze Age collapse, the Minoan civilization was rediscovered in the early 20th century through archaeological excavation. The term Minoan was coined by Arthur Evans, who excavated at Knossos and recognized as culturally distinct from the mainland Mycenaean culture. Soon after, the Federico Halbehir and Luigi Panier excavated the palace of Phaistos, nearby settlement in Hagia Tradia. All right, Regina. Well, I hope that his stream goes well. Shout out to ABL. I hope his stream goes well, and maybe he'll be late or maybe not, but hopefully his stream goes well and have a good time there. I might go there later. I'm not too sure. All right, so thank you, Regina, for letting us know. A major breakthrough occurred in 1952 when Michael Venturius deciphered Linear B drawing in the early work of Alice Kober. This decipherment unlocked a crucial source of information on the economics of the social organization in the final year of the palace. Minoan sites continue to be excavated, and recent discoveries, including Necropolis and Amernii, and harbor of the town of Komos. All right. So basically, as I told you all before about Gam Catches Up, which I mentioned him a little while ago, that is him in the chat telling me what's up. So shout out to you, Gam. As I said, I'll say it again, which I said before. And I've been talking about your channel, Gam, through my streams. I do give you shout outs. Because I want to remember to do that for you. He's the one that I helped him I taught him how to do streaming. So basically with Gam, he has a channel where Gam Catches Up. He likes to go and paint. He makes a 3D model of a character from a movie or a game, and he paints it, or Batman or something, and he talks about his experiences and stuff. So he has a very good channel too. Gam Catches Up, and Anthony Brian Logan is who SC is referring to. That's what the ABL meaning is. And then, yeah, there's Gam Catches Up right there, and that's his channel. And then, so yeah, Anthony Brian Logan, he does political and news commentary, and he'll be on at some point soon within this hour. Also, that's where I met a lot of these different people at, like Gam, Steve, and SE, and quite a few other people and Regina. And then, this is how it works. There's people I met from ABL, there's people I met from Law and Crime, there's people I met from Smoke Skin, there's people I met from Timbuktu and some other stream. So yeah, all the people from different streams, I brought them together in one place. So yeah, but basically, yeah, I shot the ABL, and I'm his last caller. I close the show and the calls, which we do call-ins on this show. I've not done it in a little bit. In a while, I've not done it. But, yes, we do call-ins on the show, and he taught me how to do that stuff. ABL is the one that taught me about streaming. But, basically, yeah, I close his show. That's what I do. And sometimes I'm not always able to come to ABL show, but when I'm able to go, I participate in it. Alright, anyway. Largely forgotten after the late Bronze Age collapse, the Minoan civilization was rediscovered in the early 12th century. Through the archaeological excavation, the term Minoan was coined by Arthur Evans, who excavated at Knossos and recognized it as culturally distinct from the mainland of Mycenaean culture soon after Federico Harbor and Luigi Pernier excavated the palace of Faustus, nearby settlement in Hygia Tradia. And also, make sure y'all go to ABL and Bina is there. You'll wish her a happy birthday, but don't leave the show for that. Only if Alien calls in. Well, thank you, Gam. I appreciate the kind words towards me, and happy birthday to Bina. Shout out to her. All right, thank you, buddy. Nearby settlement of Hagia Tradia. A major breakthrough occurred in 1952 when Michael Ventris deciphered a linear B, drawing on the earlier work of Alice Kober. This decipherment unlocked a crucial source of information on the economics and social organization. In the final year of the palace, Minoan sites continue to excavate recent discoveries, including Necropolis town of Komos. All right. And Gam said, "I swear at some point when I'm not such a lazy EOS, I'm going to cross streams with Alien." Yeah, because him and I are going to do like a collaboration where he's going to be on one screen, I'll be on the other screen, and we'll both stream at the same time and do like a stream together, a dual stream, and that'll be pretty cool. Right on. Bears. Scared. The modern term Minoan is derived from the name of the mythical king Minos, who the classical Greek believed to have ruled Knossos in the distant past. It was popularized by Arthur Evans, possibly drawing on an earlier suggestion by Carl Hayolik in the modern coinage not used by the Minoans, whose name for television is unknown. Yeah, yes, that yeah, fact, Steve. Yes. Hello, Mary Toodles. All right. Oh, okay. Okay, thank you. I meant to be a little bit earlier with the stream, but there is I want to have a complete redo with the Wi-Fi, and so far so good. I had to. Yeah, I did everything. I unplugged it. I did all. It took some time. So Steve says the coyotes went to the Mississippi are different than the coyotes on the east and west. They're different. Well, Steve, I think I knew that, but I didn't know that at the same time. Five Cats said the Minoan eruption was catastrophic volcanic eruption that devastated the Aegean islands of Thera, also called Santoria. I'm being a team. Santonarni. 1600 BCE, it destroyed the Minoan civilization. Alien could talk about the pyramids on the moon, and Gam can paint one. Exactly, absolutely. And that'll be, you see him and I working together, and that'll be a cool thing to do together. Eugene's SE said, "I saw a video of the bears. It was cute." Yeah. I want to read this again, for the record. The Minoan eruption was catastrophic volcanic eruption that devastated the Aegean island. There is also called a Santorini in Syria, not Syria, but Syria, 1600 BCE. It destroyed the Minoan settlement. Yeah, and also I know about there was a volcanic eruption that happened in it was in Rome. I don't remember where it was. It was in the Mediterranean, and it's on the tip of my tongue. But it erupted and it covered everybody in ash. Get the name right now. Let's see what it's called. Why is his blanket all torn up? He got the zoomies. Pompeii. It was Pompeii. The modern term Minoan is derived from the name of the mythical king Minos, whose the classical Greeks believed to have ruled the Knossos in distant past. It was popularized by the Arthur Evans, possibly drawing an earlier suggestion by Carl Howick. It is a modern coinage and not used by the Minoans, whose name themselves is unknown. The Egyptians referred to the Minoans as the Kiftuid, localized Ket, no, Keftiu, in modern Egyptology pronunciation. It is not known whether this was an exonium or if it was the endonium origin. The Minoan language, potentially related to where they used a variety of Near East cultures, in biblical term Kaftor has sometimes been identified with Crete. We had a display of Pompeii at the museum. It was cool to look at. Oh, I could imagine, definitely. Definitely. Two systems of relative chronology are used in the Minoans. The first, based on the pottery styles, divides Minoan history into three major periods: early Minoan, EM, middle Minoan, MM, late Minoan, and these periods are divided into Roman numerals: EM, I, EM, II, EM, II.
Aye, Captain.
Yeah. Which can be further divided using the capital letters LM, IIIA, LM, Captain M, B, LM, and IIC, an alternative system proposed by Greek archaeologist Nicholas Platon, divides Minoan history into four periods, termed the pre-Lapatial, prototypial, neopatial, and post-patial. Establishing an absolute chronology has proved difficult. Archaeologists have attempted to determine the calendar dates by synchronizing periods of Minoan history with those of their better understood contemporaries. For example, Minoan artifacts from the LMIB period have been found in the 18th dynasty. Context in Egypt, for which Egyptian chronology provides calendar dates. However, dates determined in this manner do not always match the results of carbon dating and other methods based on natural science. Much of the controversy concerns the dating of the eruption of Thera, which is known to have occurred toward the end of LM and IA period, while carbon dating places this event, and thus LMIA, around 1600 BC. Synchronism, which Egyptian records would place roughly the century later. Thank you, Five Cats. All right, we're going to read this. Okay. Reading this link from Five Cats. All right, here we go. Gam says, also, if you guys haven't, make sure y'all smack the F out of that like button like a priest smacking the Satan out of possession person. Now, yesterday we got 24 likes, and that was pretty cool, and we got over 100 views. It was a little bit earlier, though, when the stream was done. But it was still a, you know...
Happening live.
Huh?
A happening live.
A happening live. This one's a little bit later. 3,500 years ago, the Aegean islands of Thera was devastated by one of the worst natural disasters since the Ice Age, a huge volcanic eruption. This cataclysm happened 10 kilometers from the island of Crete, the home of the thriving Minoan civilization. 50 years after the eruption, that civilization was in ruins. Did the volcano deliver a deletion blow to Minoans? It's a whodunit that has haunted the historians and scientists for decades. Hello, Betty. Welcome. It's good to see you too. Welcome. I'm glad that you are here. I'm glad you're able to catch the stream. It's been a while since we've seen each other in the trial chats, but I'm glad that you're here with us right now. So, and hello, Duke. Good to see you, buddy. I like those emojis. Thank you. Glad to see you here too. The cataclysm happened 100 kilometers from the island of Crete and the home of thriving Minoan civilization. 50 years after the eruption, that civilization was in ruins. Did the volcano deliver a deletion blow to the Minoans? It's a whodunit that's haunted historians for centuries and decades. The lost world of Minoans has intrigued people for thousands of years. Scared. Their palace at the Knossos was vast and elaborate, with Europe's first paved roads and running water. The ancient Greeks wove its magnificence into their myths. It was the home of King Minos and his man-eating bull, the Minotaur, which roamed the palace and labyrinth. In the 1900s, British archaeologist Sir Arthur Evans excavated and restored the ruins at Knossos. Beautiful and delicate frescoes and bulls of dolphins revealed a highly aesthetic civilization and people who apparently lived in harmony with nature. Monetary, not temple. They're talking in chat. All right, understood. Understood. The early 20th century archaeologists, scared, knew the devastating volcano, and some concluded it must have snuffed out the devastating volcano, and some concluded that it must have snuffed out the Minoan civilization almost instantly. But was it really as simple as that? Hello, Nomad. Great to see you. Welcome to the stream. I'm glad to have you here. For a start, they discovered Little Ash and Fallen on Crete. As luck would have it, the prevailing winds took the volcano's ash in the opposite direction. Then archaeologists found the clay tablets and proved the Minoan civilizations survived for about 50 years after eruption. So if the volcano deleted the civilization, what was accounted for the long gap? Alright, quote, beautiful and delicate frescoes of bulls and dolphins revealed a highly artistic civilization and people who apparently lived in harmony with nature. Hilarious, Duke. Hilarious. This man said, I periodically delete my blocked calls, so phone will ring once in a while. Hilarious. Volcanologist, which I didn't know that was a thing, Floyd McCoy from the University of Hawaii has been inspired by volcanoes since his childhood. On the volcanic island of Hawaii, his passion is the most romantic volcano of all time, Thera. He went to the journey and discovery of gathering evidence from other scientists around the globe to try to answer the question, was there a connection between the eruption of Thera and the end of Minoans on Crete? His journey started started on the island of Thera. It was home to thousands and flourishing trade post the Minoans until disaster struck so massive the volcano had an extraordinary effect preserving the forever town of Akrotiri. Hello, Liberty. It is great to see you, my friend. It's been a little bit since I saw you on Smoke and Scan, and I saw you recently when I did the gaming stream when I was with Sam. Hello there, Liberty. So, Liberty, we're talking about the Minoan people. Before that, I gave some updates about Diddy, and which we're still talking about this thing right here. But for one moment, I will tell you what something short about Diddy and Five Cats. I'm not leaving the other topic. This only will take a moment. And Nomad, I don't know what happened to your comment. It must be the YouTube algorithm. Because I see your comments here. But if anything, if you said anything else, it was, you said, hey there, humans. And also, no one could zap you because you're a mod. So, and there's no managing moderator. I'm the managing moderator. So, there's a moderator and managing moderator. But I'm the managing moderator. So, that's when people get out of hand or people pick on each other or me, which that has only happened a few times. Very, very rare. They get Gam, he didn't want a wrench, so that's why he doesn't have a wrench. But basically, they get the wrench taken away, and then they're on their way out of the channel. But basically, people that are cool and stay here, which all of you are fine people, and this doesn't mean mistakes will happen. I'm talking about people that really have something bad in their heart against me in the chat. That's when they get taken out. It's only happened a few times. Very rare. Okay, there's HWMO Liberty. Alright, okay. Alright, so who manages the managing moderator?
Me.
There's Mary Toodles and Stranded.
Well, no, I meant. No, I just meant like I manage you, not about you.
Yeah, and also Stranded does too.
No, I meant like 'cause I'm your parent.
Right, right. And Stranded is the daytime co-pilot. And so here's a Diddy update, just for the record.
Oh, please, watch my fragile ears.
Scared.
Don't hear anything creepy.
Oh, DJ, it's been a while since I've seen you, buddy. It's been a while, buddy. I'm glad that... I hope you've been well, DJ. I saw that red cat today that I made a short about last year. I saw the cat today. I was fixing the Wi-Fi. Ventura details violence and controlling relationship with Combs. Here's a recap on her second day of testimony. During the testimony, Ventura revealed details numerous times how her relationship with Sean Diddy Combs became physically violent. At one point, Ventura broke down in tears as she talked about going to rehab and trauma therapy in February 2023. She said she was having flashbacks during the shooting for a music video and other artists, and she said she was wanting to delete herself. Scared. Oh, there it is, Nomad, it worked. Scared. Details of a violent relationship. Ventura testified that the first instance of violence with Combs left her shocked and further described multiple violent encounters with him, including being beaten after a party at a Los Angeles club, Combs' security chasing her when she attempted to escape, and a 2018 encounter when she and Combs raped her in the living room. Ventura said she felt trapped, citing Combs' access to pew-pews and past threats. Combs continued to threaten her after their relationship ended. It is very sad what she endured, absolutely. Also, at Karen Reed's trial, there's been peaceful discussion about if it's guilty or not, and we've been talking in chat about it. There's a lot of clowns in the Karen Reed trial, and they're showing some nose hair or some weird hair today in the pictures, and everybody wouldn't know where it came from. Yeah, right on, Five Cats. Violent behavior towards others. Ventura said she also witnessed Combs become physically violent with other people, including some of his employees, and she said she recounted a time when she saw Combs punch someone in the head. Ventura also described seeing Combs hold her friend over the balcony railing at her Los Angeles apartment early one morning. Ventura later said an altercation with Combs led to the end of the 17-year friendship with her best friend in 2018. Yeah, Betty, we were making jokes that we were making jokes that it was Proctor's nose hairs, but it was basically hair that was found in the vehicle of Karen's vehicle, and it looked like nose hairs. And they zoomed very, very close. I'm thinking to myself, what in the world am I looking at? I said, what in the world? What in the world am I looking at? Scared. I said, is this the hair that was left over from the employees from Temu? The hair was so small, you needed the largest microscope from the hood to look at it. And they don't even have microscopes in the hood. I'm an exception. But they don't even have that. Because it was white, and it's like, what are we looking at? Are we looking under a microscope? Or we're going to look at the organisms? Or look at the different atoms and things? Like, what's next? Duke has a 7-foot-long nose hair named Melvin. Scared. Yeah. Oh, these people had nose hairs that were... These nose hairs, it's like you could see it. Some of the hair looked so small. It was so small that it's irrelevant. Other hairs that were being shown were so big that Duke Raoul would blush. It might be arm hair, yes. Yes. We made a joke that was Proctor's nose hair. Five Cats said, I find that really strange about hair. Police shave heads too. Yeah, that's true. Sheesh. Sheesh. I somehow was able to use a dildo and a swastika in the same sentence, and that comment would show. Oh. Oh, you're a hairdresser. Oh, that's very cool. Very cool. Moki was getting her hair done yesterday, and she came to chill with us, so that's very cool. And you would know about things about hair. Definitely. Violent behavior towards others. Ventura said she also witnessed Combs become physically violent with other people, including some of his employees. She said she recounted the time she saw Combs punch someone in the head, describing seeing Combs hold her friend over a balcony in Los Angeles apartment early one morning. And Kid Cudi relationship. Ventura said Combs lunged at her with wine opener, and learning she was dating rapper Kid Cudi during the Freak Off in 2011, Combs told Ventura that the Kid Cudi's car would be blown up if she testified at some point. His car blew up. Wow. Oh. Oh, wow. Also, as I said about Fabio, yeah, I was thinking about Fabio the other day, and it's so sad about what happened where he was murdered by Momo because she was evil for doing that to him and cheating on him. But he seemed like I never knew him personally, but he seemed like an exceptional man, and he seemed very nice. He seemed like a nice, family man, and he was not ugly. He looked very good looking, and he was cool with the hair, and he had his own styles that were very good. And I think that he treated her very well, in my opinion. It was very sick what happened. But yeah, rest in peace to Fabio. But at least he gets justice. It was the reaction of Monica Cementelli getting found guilty was the most priceless thing ever. The most priceless thing ever. She was like, yeah, it was, and Baker's a cockroach. That's what he is. He's Cow Dung McFly. That's what he is. Betty, that means a lot to me. Thank you so much. I'm glad you appreciated how I handled things in the chat. You were great support in chat, Alien. Fabio was the best. Right on. Right. Witnesses of violence. Ventura testified earlier that in their relationship, Combs, security personnel, and drivers saw him physically abuse her. In later years, she assassinates. No, assistants. She said assistants, including one named My witnessed the abuse Ventura endured at some point and told her they quit after witnessing the violence. Ventura sought to help her drug use. Ventura said she was heavily dependent on opiates throughout her relationship with Combs. She said she sought professional help on the opiate use of 5 or 6 times during the span of relationships she last did during in 2022. She said no longer uses narcotics. Lawsuit settlement. Ventura said she received $20 million settlement after filing a civil suit in November 23. Some items that were shown to the jury, then we're going to go back to the other thing. Amen, Betty. Here are some items that were shown to the jury as evidence today. Casey Ventura, Sean Diddy Combs' ex-girlfriend, continued her testimony today as prosecutors focused their questioning on issues in corrosion. And here are some pieces of evidence that the jury saw as Ventura testified about the alleged physical violence that she sustained. An angry bloke threatened me that a dog would kill my cats. Well, the bloke that did that has a small male member, is a small wiener, and he can't get a girlfriend, and the fattest Reddit mod in the world would not even date him. Around 7 till still images from videos of freak-offs were shown her with several different escorts. These were only shown in the jury, not members of the public present in court. Ventura identified for the jury who was in the images. He brought his dog around later. without his lead, all of my cats just sat there and a dog walked past. Now, also, jokes and stuff are fine in the chat. Now, there are some Muslims I know from Law and Crime that do watch the channel, so nothing bad was said in chat. But I don't completely get into the attacking different people's faiths on here. But as I said, nobody did anything wrong. But I do have some Muslims that do watch the show, and they're fine people. They're not like the type that we're all against that would do things that are wrong. So I just feel I had to throw that out there. They're not here right now, I don't think, but I still want to throw that out there out of what I would want them to do for me if the same thing was happening. So I just want to make that clear. Okay. So, all right, those are some Diddy updates. I respect all faiths in this chat, whatever people believe. Anyway, so now let's continue on to this right here. But at the same time, I am Christian, and Christianity is respected here, and that's the main theme. I'm just saying I respect other people as well that don't attack me directly. But as I said, Christianity and will not be threatened here because we'll make sure everything will be fine. But as I said, I'm not against other groups of people, and Christianity under me will not be under attack. All right. So, anyway, continuing on. And also, Christianity to be respected as well. Christianity to be respected as well. And amen to you, Danny. And that's very nice what you told Danny about... Danny, that's nice what you told him about Jesus. And sometimes people, especially, like some people do not believe in Christianity or Jesus, and that is okay. That is their right to do that. And we do not want to possibly repel people from accepting it later. And certain religions rejected Jesus, but say with Israel or Jewish people, I still believe that they're part of God's plan in spite of them not accepting Christ. But as I said, I could see the world is kind of going downhill, and their interpretation of it did not happen the way they thought it would. But as I said, we do not want to push people away from Christianity, but it's very nice of you to tell Gam those nice words about Jesus. And everybody has their own interpretation of it, and that is fine. But thank you, Danny. I appreciate you chatting here, and you've been doing very well in my chat. I've really been appreciating you. You did very good yesterday and all the times before. And I always like having you here, Danny, and you've been doing very well with the different chat friends. I applaud you for that. Thank you. All right. All right. Now we're going to go back to Minoan civilization. Danielle. Hello, Danielle. It's great to see you. Oh, thank you, Betty. Thank you, Betty. They appreciate my kind heart. Thank you. And as I said, I don't want any... Christianity must be protected, and I believe Christianity has been under attack before, and it's persecuted a lot. All right? But here, everybody should have a safe haven. All right. Mysteriously, no skeletons have ever been found from the island of Acrotis. Chief archaeologist Christos Dumas believes that people or Atrotai didn't survive, and the bodies are still to be uncovered, huddled in the harbor where they were trapped by eruption as they wait to escape. He believes it's highly unlikely that the scores of boats were waiting in a harbor for them. Thank you, Nomad. I really love that compliment. If I had a son, it would be alien. Thank you. I really love that compliment. Thank you. And Nomad, I love chatting with you. You're so sweet and kind. And everybody else from Long Crime I love chatting with. Hello, Anunnaki. It's good to see you, my friend. And also, I'm not going to tolerate people attacking other religions here, okay? But I understand you went through stuff in the Middle East, and there is bad stuff going on over there. I understand that. And also, you were there and you went through it, and I know about what's going on, all right? But here, it is where people, I'm going to respect other people's beliefs here. Because there's people that watch me, and if Muslims are attacked here, they might become more radicalized if they were radicalized. Because when you attack people for their religion, they're going to start getting more radicalized. If you don't attack them, and there's Muslims not doing anything wrong, you know, in this area, in this realm, they should be okay. But I do understand what's going on, and I respect that, and I know you went through things. But here, as I said, everybody is friends here. All right. Hello, Dirt of LA. And also, we have this, all right. Anunnaki, always appreciate your insight and what you do for this channel. You being here. If you could be here or not be here, it doesn't bother me either way. But thank you for, if you stay here, you stay here. If you don't, you don't. It's all fine. And Danny says, thanks, kind words, alien. I used to get worked up in the past about Christianity. I try my best now to be more positive and loving. Thank you, Danny. Thank you. Like there's, knife attacks in England. There's all kinds of problems in Europe, but I get it, and the stonings and the other stuff that happens. And, to love your neighbor as yourself, but look, to not attack somebody if they're not attacking you. And it's because you get Muslims to see if they like me and being friends with us or anybody, it's less likely for them to want to attack us over here, like our friend group, because they would feel too attached to us to attack us if that's what they were going to do in the first place. So, but I understand, Anunnaki, about what you went through, and it's horrible. I'm glad that you're here, the best country in the world. All right. And thank you, everybody, for the kind words and thoughts. Greetings from Louisiana. Well, I'm also in Louisiana as well. So we're in the same state. Awesome. All right. Now we'll be continuing with this article. Five Cats says, as long as we can all agree abusing children is wrong, high five. Yes, Five Cats, I think it's wrong for them to be abused. Absolutely. And that happens everywhere, and it should stop. Right. And I think that especially adults shouldn't marry children. I think that's wrong. And Jesus didn't have any wives, and he kept only loyal to God, his Father, and he didn't do anything like that. So I'm not saying, I think Jesus is the best way to go, but I don't mind, other religions, they can do whatever they do. All right. My accent makes me sound like I'm always angry most of the time. Right, amen. And I think women should have their rights and be free and not be like what they do in like the Taliban in Afghanistan, what they do over there. How women are wearing stuff over their faces and stuff like that. I think that, women should be treated, like how the West treats people. And hello, Jamie. It's great to see you. All right. And also, Anunnaki, I'm glad that God saved you and he blessed you to be in America in a better place where you're not being attacked. Because I understand what you're talking about. I know very well. I know all about it. I know all about these things. And I could debate religious debates. I could debate religions if they, I could do that. Hypothetically. But as I said, here, to start off with, we could all have a neutral ground. Right. women lost their rights in the States too. Yeah, Betty, and America should have their rights. Women should have. I get what you mean. I get what you mean. And hopefully, everything in America continues to be a free country, and it doesn't go down south. All right. Hello, Moki. Oh, this is a great surprise. I get Moki here. It's great to see you, Moki. And I also want to make myself another point is that I don't need to explain myself, but I also want to make clear I'm not trying to be politically correct or anything like that. It's just that there's friends of ours and people that view the channel that respect us, and I don't want people to fall away and be against us and have resentment towards us at the same time not attacking other people that aren't doing anything to us in the first place. Like in Germany, they're against the Jewish people because of an actions of allegedly what some other people were doing, like some communism and stuff like that. So they attacked everybody. I just don't believe in attacking every single person. And hopefully here could be a neutral ground for the moment where people can get along and exchange discussions. All right. And God be my judge, and may God correct me of my errors. And I am a Christian, and may the Christians always be free from any oppression, along with other faiths too. Okay? So that's how it works. All right. So that is my position on this. Durdavelli said the Herakyntion Archaeological Museum in Crete holds the most comprehensive Monian artifacts. Thank you. Thank you for information. All right. All right, so we're going to get back to this topic of the tsunamis. All right. Respect for all except Karen Reed. Yeah, that's that's true. That's exactly. All right. Scared. And Monica Cementelli. Thank you, Anunnaki. Thank you. Floyd McCoy was convinced that giant waves or tsunamis had been unleashed by a volcano. He believes that the waves traveled across the open sea to batter the northern coast of Crete, but proof was hard to find. In 1997, a young British geologist, Dr. Dale Dominy Howells of Kingston University, found what he believes is firm evidence of the tsunamis on Crete. He drilled deep into the mud at an inland marsh near Milia in Crete and took the mud core he found back in England for analysis. The mud had been deposited layer upon layer over thousands of years at one place. Deep in the core, Dr. Dominy Howells found a type of fossilized shell they only lives in very deep sea water. He felt sure that the shells were brought into the marsh by an ancient tsunami. Minoan Palace near the marsh was buried at the same level as the shells, suggesting the tsunami could have hit soon after the palace was built. And Durid said Minotaur is a popular cryptid of Greek pantheon. That is true. That is very true. I know about the centaur, the Minotaur, and yes, that is a cryptid, and I do believe it existed. And your heart still lies in Crete. Absolutely. That's very cool. That's very warming. It's a beautiful place. If a tsunami had been unleashed by eruption of Thera, Floyd McCoy wanted to know how big it might have been. He turned to Professor Kostas Sinolakis, of the University of Southern California. Waves from Thera battering the northern Crete could have had been up to 12 meters high in places. Anunnaki said maybe them shells were millions of years old and the tectonic shifts caused the landmass to deter and change. That's possible. That's another possibility. You know, because they think that happened, but because of all the time that passed, you know, that could have been another possibility that occurred too. Hilarious game. Anunnaki said, and Crete was emerging before humans even migrated to it. Yes, it's very ancient. You know, it could have happened before then. Yeah, definitely. Eugene, I agree that cryptids could be multidimensional beings. I do agree with that. Yes, you see, so with the cryptids in Bigfoot, there's this situation that occurred. You know, Bigfoot and the Minotaur is that they allegedly could be connected with the fallen angels or the, according to Christianity. Now, people that might not believe in Christianity and believe in New Age or some sort of, which is nothing wrong. People can believe what they want, like I said before. But they might be gods or deities to some people. But according to Christianity, they have something to do with the fallen angels or the watchers or some like offspring. Like they say that these beings came down and created these hybrids. Like the aliens could have created hybrid beings, or the fallen angels did, or something like that. Or they might not be all fallen beings. They might, like the jinn. It might be something neutral. But there's something from another dimension that might be coming here. So that's a theory, yes. Yes, Smokey, the giants, the Nephilim, that were created from the Watchers. Right. And Durid said, does anyone remember when Diddy had a TV show back in the early 90s where young wannabe artists had to compare with each other and be objectified by Diddy? I am aware of that happening, but I don't remember it because I was only born in 98. So I was not quite around like I am now. When the cat is not present, the mice will have a party. Jamie said, parents in my neighborhood, when I was little, would tell us we had to be inside before the street lights came on, or a Sasquatch would get us. I'm still afraid of them. Yeah, definitely. Oh, Lady Gaga. Yeah, that probably so. Dionysius of Crete was god of festivals. Ah, okay. Thank you for the information. Oh, it's Callie. Oh, I haven't seen her in ages. Scared. Callie, it is great. I'm so delighted to see you. Hey, long time no see. Missed you, handsome. Thank you, Callie. And I hope you've been doing well, Callie. And I'm sure you've been very busy. You know, you've been very busy. And I have been doing live streams during the daytime and also in the evening with our child chat friends that we've been having for a while. And we've been doing this, and it's been doing great. So I want to, and also they're from different streams. So thank you so much. Callie said, sorry, I've been working and taking care of Grammy. I'm great. Oh, I'm glad that you're doing great. And I saw my grandma today, and I helped her kind of walk around a little bit, and I was resetting the internet. I had to do a complete Editing with the internet to make sure we would have a good stream. Moki says lots of view activity in Nevada. Well, I'm glad that you told me that, Moki, because with all the stuff going on in the world with the different whistleblowers and the sun, the thing going to hit our sun, I'm glad to know about that, Moki, and I'll certainly look into it. I am partially related to Canada. I'm related to Nova Scotia, as I said before, and they went to England, and my ancestor was in World War I. My great grandfather. Moki said. Moki said most Nevada is federal land, so there's a bunch of secret stuff out there. Oh yeah, in Moki, I have a friend Peach. Shout out to Peach. She hasn't been here in a while, and she wrote me today. And 99% of you don't know who that is, but she's someone from ABL that I know that I've been knowing for since the beginning of it, since like 2020. And yeah, she has her son and her nephew are in the military, and she was talking to us, talking to me also about and us in the chat. In the military bases, there's a lot of UFO sightings, and the people in the army have seen them. So yes, I'm sure there's a lot of secret stuff out there with the secret bases. Oh, hello, True Crime. Great to see you. If a tsunami had been unleashed by the eruption, Thera Floyd McCoy wanted to know how big it might have been. He turned to Professor Costas Sinolakis of the University of South California. Professor Sinolakis grew up on Crete, playing amongst the palace ruins as a child. He became one of the world's top predictors of tsunamis, traveling the world with his computer models to predict the waves of tomorrow. Quote, waves from Thera battering northern Crete could have been up to 12 meters high in places. Anunnaki says, we've seen them even during Iraq-Iran war. Some said it was a spy satellite's BS. Don't do 90-degree shifts, make erratic moves. Exactly. These things are moving in ways that we cannot do on our own Earth, as far as we know. Yeah, thank you, Anunnaki, for your insight. Professor Sinolakis. Essie, you have a very good night, my brother, and I'm so glad to see you again. I'm going to send you an email later about something. Alright. Peace. Moki said, I'm ready for our trials to get back to normal. Me too. I will sometimes do live streams during the daytime, even when the trials get back to normal, but I will, of course, be at the trials like I always am. Some days I might be doing something else. I'm ready for the Koberger trial. I am. Professor Sinolakis can also use his technology to determine the size of a wave from ancient past. He estimated the waves from Thera battering northern Crete could have been up to 12 meters high in places. Such waves would have destroyed boats and coastal villages, even traveling up the rivers to flood farmland. I agree. Hopefully, it's not like the retrial. And hopefully it's not like the Wade Wilson trial, where you have all the people saying, save Wade Wilson. Scared. But however terrifying these waves, they can only have been part of the story. McCoy was convinced that the volcano must had wider effects. Yeah, surely they will be, hopefully. Scared. A remarkable discovery by British geologists gave rise to new theory that the volcano already classed as one of the most devastating of the last 10,000 years could have been even bigger than scientists had previously thought. Freed Wade Wilson. Yes. Callie, they were insane. Yes, Callie, they were absolutely insane. Though, yeah, so the Wade Wilson trial, yeah, thousands of people, women all over the world, saying freed Wade Wilson. Freed Wade Wilson. Scared. Durid says Mount Pentatuba eruption in 1991 in the Philippines deleted 900 people and they evacuated the entire island. Oh my goodness. Anunnaki said 12 meter, each meter, 2.97 feet, little less than a yard, which makes little under 34 feet high. Thank you, Anunnaki. Really brilliant. Almost 36 feet high. Sorry, okay. We're not missing a lot over there, Steve. Oh, okay. Now, shut the ABO. He wasn't even attractive. And Moki's saying he's gaining weight. He's getting fat. He's a fat Wilson now. Oh, I guess that maybe they gave him his McDonald's after all. I'm joking. I like McDonald's. I think it's good to eat sometimes. All right, so this is something that happened with that. We're still talking about this, but we're going to take. I'm going to derail us for a second. Derail. Scared. All the cool kids are here instead. Yeah. Oh, you didn't recognize anyone else, Steve. Also, hilarious, Steve. So, Capri Law, when she used to be in the chat more, because she hasn't really been there in a while, she's been at Trial TV Live. But basically, what Capri Law was, she taught me a lot about law. So did GSI 8. You know, she also taught me a lot. And basically, what we were talking about, Capri, she told me about Wade Wilson, how he wanted McDonald's. And so the story was Wade Wilson was in the interrogation room and he said he wanted some McDonald's. And they would give him McDonald's if he would like basically say what was going on. So when they went to Wade said, "All right, I'll tell you what you need to know," and he wanted McDonald's in exchange for that. So he kept saying, he said something and he said, "All right, can I get my McDonald's now?" And he said, "All right, we have to talk to the supervisor first, but you have any more information?" He said, "Look, I'm not going to be at McDonald's because my whole life I'll be locked up in prison and given a death penalty. I'm not going to ever have that again. I need some McDonald's." And then he said, "All right, tell us information." And he started talking. And then he was finishing spilling all the beans he could spill. And he said, "Can I get my McDonald's now?" They said, "We have to see the supervisor. I can't guarantee that." I literally told you everything you need to know. But the reason why moron, the dingbat didn't understand, give me McDonald's first, then I'll tell you what you need to know. That's how it works. So, but maybe they gave him, that was a joke. Maybe they gave him McDonald's, but nah, they gave him no McDonald's. It's like, you're gonna go do something stupid because he sniffed some bath salts and was psychopathic. And now he's in prison getting fat, being all sporadic. All of the emails, and then another channel, we're talking about the emails that all these women are sending him that don't even go to him. And everybody's thinking he's innocent. Now, Burger King. I went to Burger King. Well, back in the day when I was in 2016, 2017, my senior year, I was talking to my friends down the street that I knew when I was little, but there's a time where I wasn't talking to them because of school. Then my senior year, I was like, all right, we're going to talk to them again. So what I did was we went to Burger King, and basically we had a good time at Burger King. I would bring my friend over there, and we'd go eat some Burger King. And so that's good memories of Burger King, too. Right on, Anunnaki, and right on. I also want to mention Popeyes. So, my neighbor I used to be neighbors with, but he moved to Texas with his family. He's of Creole descent. He helped Al Copeland construct the first Popeyes, and he was like his business partner, and he knew Al Copeland. So another one I like that's famous in my city is Popeyes, and I highly recommend the chicken sandwich. Popeyes is also very good if y'all have it over there. It's alien certified. Oh, Betty. Many women all over the world. Okay, Betty, there's women in Africa. This woman in Africa where this woman in Africa was saying that they thought Wade Wilson was innocent. Women in Germany, women all over the world. Yeah, hello, Durid. Yeah, shout out to Louisiana. Oh, yeah, awesome. Glad you like it in Canada. And Moki said they took the dirty rice off the menu. Yeah, they are wrong for taking that off the menu. We need to get that back on the menu. Wade Wilson is almost as famous as Alien Spaceship. Almost as famous, but not quite. I like Pizza Hut. When I was in first and second grade and third grade, they would bring us pizza on Friday. On Friday, you could order a pizza for $1 or $2 for 2 slices or 3 slices. It would be $1, and they'll get it from Pizza Hut. So I remember Pizza Hut, very good. I personally like Domino's because when I was chilling with my friends in the hood, we would go walk to the Domino's. One time, my friend got in a fight with his girlfriend, and I was not a happy camper because I wanted to eat some Domino's, and I had an explosion on everybody when we got to the house. All right, so the dude, we were walking there, but this other his mom's friend was going to drive us there. This is when I was my senior year, or that summer my senior year, something like that. So we're going to be driven over there. We didn't have to drive there, and then we decided to walk there. And no resolve was made. And then we were walking all the way around the block to go back to the house, and they're arguing. The dude pulls up. He said, all right, I went to look for y'all at Domino's, but y'all weren't there. I just had an explosion. All right, then the dude took me I went with him in the truck. We went and I got to Domino's. I paid for it. And we waited in the line for a long time. And he was like, you know what? I do this because I like you. Because we're waiting in line for a long time. I just had that effect on people. Because I just had that alien charm to me. But anyway, I love Domino's is my favorite, but also Pizza Hut's very good too. Cooking at home is nice when you have a stove. Yes, when you have a stove and all that stuff, it's very nice. Yeah, I love cooking too. Very good. Yeah, Tallow needs to come back. Moki, I've never been to Mr. Gatti's. 's. No. 's. 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 Yes, Jamie. In some seasons, some things are to eat when it's colder, and some things to eat when it's not as cold. Oh, I did. I had a fish with a Popeyes. Oh no, Anunnaki, Anunnaki, no. I don't think I said anything about fish, but that was funny. That was funny. I'm talking. We have to deal with this special alien right here, and I'm just talking about my fish with a Popeyes. Scared. Anyway, but however, terrifying as these waves they can only have been part of the story. McCoy was convinced that the volcano must had wider effects. A remarkable discovery by a British geologist gave rise to a new theory that volcano already classified as one of the most devastating of the last 10,000 years could have even been bigger than scientists previously thought. Oh, Blockbuster. Oh, okay. So here's a Blockbuster story. So basically, with Blockbuster, we when I was a kid, although according to y'all, I'm still a kid. Jamie, it's okay. The purpose of this channel is to talk about eclectic things. So it's not a distraction. It's okay to go have side conversations. A lot of people don't get this, but the chat should go with the flow where it's going to go. So it's not a classroom or anything. But we're still talking about the other topic, but we're going across different platforms. Remy, oh, I'm so glad to see you, Remy. Talking about you earlier. It's great to see you. Thank you, Jamie, for keeping chat in line, though. Thank you for doing that. You keep me in line when I'm cheating on chat and going to other streams. Like, when I'm cheating on the chat, she goes and calls me out without hesitation, and she's great. Yeah, I know. Matthew 18:6. That's great. All right, so look at that. The one-eyed fish can outsmart a spoiled fish. It will wait for it to feed and get fat, and then it'll eat it once fat. Ah, okay. I like that one. Yeah, so with Blockbuster, I went to Blockbuster when I was growing up, and I used to love to get the movies there. The games, I didn't have a video game console at the time because Mary Toodles didn't uh, want me to have one when I was too little, but when I got older, I got one. So, yeah, I love Blockbuster. It was so fun there. Getting a movie and hanging out and, to the house. I loved getting King Kong and the different stuff. I love the snacks. Oh, I love Blockbuster. This is 2006 and 2007. When Blockbuster was gone, I'm like, why don't we go there no more? I really miss Blockbuster. I still would like to go there now. I know it's over in Oregon, but I would love to go to Blockbuster again. I enjoyed it. Professor Steve Sparks of Bristol University found clues in the smallest fragments of evidence. He was surprised to find clumps of fossilized algae high in the cliffs of volcanoes. These algae only live in the shallow waters, and their presence suggested that there was once a shallow sea inside the crater of the volcano. Hope to catch you guys tomorrow. Just got in my bed. Scared. All right, Danielle. See you tomorrow. And good night, Remy. Jamie, I love that. Good night, Remy. Also, see you tomorrow, hopefully. All right, Jamie, I love that. Pew pew. Oh, that's nice, dude, that you talk for an hour. That's cool. Steve said the first game I ever rented was from Blockbuster was Jaws, and I think I picked a whack game because I was like 5 and I didn't really understand you could rent games now. Yeah, Remy, take care. Yeah, Duke was like, huh? Bam. Professor Steve Sparks of Bristol University found clues into the smallest fragments of evidence. He was surprised to find clumps of fossilized algae high in the cliffs of volcanoes, and the algae only in the shallow waters and present suggested there was once a shallow sea inside the crater volcano. And there had been a shallow sea. Professor Sparks realized that the shape of a volcano could have been entirely different, and differently shaped volcano could have produced far more ash. As he hunched, was the volcano could have been twice as powerful as geologists had suspected. All right, Liberty, understood, and thank you for being here. All right, and also, you know, the and basically Brazilian. I know what that is. Yeah. Scared Liberty. And True Crime says Netflix put Blockbuster out of business. I used to have them mailed me all the time. Yeah, exactly. Jamie has a bigger gun. Yeah. Now look at Netflix. Yeah, Netflix is going out of service now, and it looks like they're having problems. Also, definitely. Netflix was good for before the ads. Yep. Yeah, I remember Netflix when I was in and Five Cats. We're gonna still talk about this. I remember Netflix back in 2008, 7, and 6. You used to mail it. It would come in the mail. Yeah, I remember old Netflix. And also, there's Redbox. Yeah, they keep raising prices. Exactly. Yeah, they just want that money. Whoa. Thank you all for all the likes and the views. Is my camera really doing this? Hold on. You can only see half my face. I didn't know that. All right. So there we. I'm back. All right. Again, I know exactly what you mean. Facts. Shout out to you, man. Inanaki says they made a new movie by Disney replacing Iron Man with a new usual suspect kid in an armor looks like a sexual as hell. These weirdos never learn. Yeah, they make Holly weird is cringe. Absolutely. Now YouTube has movies for free. YouTube also has movies you could rent or buy for a couple of dollars. So I recommend YouTube for watching movies and TV shows. If y'all are not into that though, that's fine. If y'all want to sail the high seas with Gam and be an OG, be a boss, be a rebel, y'all could go that way too. Tubi's nice as well. Six, you Sixual. I understood Anunnaki, and I understood. Yeah, YouTube, is interesting. Yeah. Cycle of disaster. What might a volcano of this size have meant for the Minos on Crete? Volcanoes throw up sulfur dioxide, and a huge amounts of this gas can alter the climate. Climate molder Mike Rampino on at the New York University calculated the eruption on Thera could have lowered annual average temperatures by 1 of the 2 degrees across Europe, Asia, and North America. Rampino believes the summer temperatures would have dropped even more and suggesting years of cold, wet summers ruined harvest. Rampino's calculations were supported by the work of Professor Mike Bally of Queen's University, Belfast. Ancient logs preserved for millennia in Irish bogs contain a record of the weather, and especially the cold, wet periods and stunt trees, growth trees that were growing at the time of the eruption. 3,500 years ago show signs that the climate was especially wet and cold then. Oh, Five Cats, that's really cool. Yeah, a lot of people. I have a television that has a satellite, but I that has like an antenna, but I watch YouTube only. Durid said had an interesting discussion yesterday on a theoretical chronological timeline of the falling angels and supposed fall of man. Oh, that is amazing, Durid. I really think that's interesting to learn more about. I like to know more about that. And I think that, I'm glad that you're here. You're in the right place because that's what we talk about here. That's what we talk about here. Danny said they don't want to learn. They're spreading their agenda one way or another. It's all indoctrination and brainwashing. Oh, I agree. Absolutely. Rampino's calculations were supported by the work of Professor Mike Bally, and Floyd McCoy believes the volcano undermined the Minoans for years. First, it destroyed the entire land that had been crucial to their trade. Then, giant waves battered the Minoan coast, destroying coastal villages and boats at harbor. Next, the Minoans faced summers of ruined harvest. Knossos archaeologist Colin MacDonald thinks the effects of these disasters were compounded by something more than the Minoans began to see their world in a different way. MacDonald believes the Minoan people stripped of their Cretan entities stopped obeying the priests, king, and palaces like Knossos. This marked by the start of a 50-year decline of the entire Minoan civilization. They were in position to fight back when Greeks from the mainland took control of the island. Oh, I love documentaries. I was talking about Disney and Hollywood when making the comments, just y'all know. Ah, okay. Anunnaki, I can imagine it smells nasty. Moki, I watched it yesterday. I watched it yesterday. Yeah, there's this whistleblower that was talking about his alien side, alien encounters, And he was frightened, but he didn't want fear to stop him from talking about the truth. All right, true crime. Good night to you. In Athens before Rome. Yes. Yes. You found it vague as usual. Ah, okay. Oh, thank you, Five Cats. George is sitting next to you. I watch Foulsome a lot. The low budget horror curiosity stream is great for docs. Oh, thank you, Jamie. I'll go pin that. No SOS archaeologist Colin McDonald thinks the effects of these disasters were compounded by something more than the Minoans began to see their world differently. Mc- McDonald believes Minoan people stripped off their creativities, stopped obeying the priests, kings, and palaces like Knossos. This marked the start of a 50-year decline for the entire Minoan civilization. They were in no position to fight back when Greeks from mainland took control of the island. For McCoy, this was the answer and explanation on how the mightiest volcanoes ever witnessed could tell great Minoan civilization. The volcano struck the Minoans in a way the modern science could start to quantify the effects were lethal. Hello, Cecil. Good to see you, buddy. Oh, Callie, Lord. Okay. Well, you see you later, Callie. Thank you for. I'm so glad to see you again. See you later. All right. Look up what mud floods are. All right, so that is the completion about the Minoan people. Muddy runoff and generated in agriculture when land soil surface is exposed or sparsely converted into vegetation. Large quantities of runoff, usually generated by heavy storms, is needed in such flood. Here's a mud flood conspiracy theory. First, this is a conspiracy theory about it. It's about 40 a year for Curiosity Stream. Just saying, I'm cheap like that. Yep, that's the way to be. Stumble across the mud flood conspiracy theory that I don't support, reject, claiming that there is a lot of info and photos that there's internet of buildings that are partially buried with wall, doors, and windows. These buildings are all over the world. I've seen such in my home city. Most of these buildings before 1900. Could it be a popular logical explanation for debunking the conspiracy theory? A person says. All right. Oh, you're welcome. Have I checked out the Colombian orb? No, I haven't. Look at it right now. All right. Mud floods come from storms. Tsunamis are more related to global effects caused by either supervolcanoes, tectonic Mediterranean shift, the Earth belt crust, and stress. Oh, okay. Scientists are studying a mysterious UFO orb which landed in Colombia and is said to be alien. Oh, look at this. Wow. Wow, that is very interesting. Scared. Bofins released X-ray images of the mind-boggling sphere after witnesses claimed to have seen the flying over a town in Buga in March. Danny, adios amigos, and the Lord be also with you. Amen. All right. Christ bless you, Danny. Take care. All right, so these are some pictures of it. It was said to have been a zigzagging through the skies in an unconventional flying pattern. The UFO sphere was reportedly recovered shortly after landing. It has since been analyzed by scientists who have now been revealed their groundbreaking research on the extraterrestrial items. That's funny, Anunnaki. Hilarious. It has since been analyzed by scientists who have now revealed their groundbreaking research on the extraterrestrial item. They discovered that the feature three layers of metal like material at 18 microscope spheres, inside which surrounded a central nucleus. Scientists are calling this core a chip. Radiologists who examined the sphere of Dr. Joe Louis Vasquez said that they found no welds or joints, which is usually indicate that human pronunciation. The scientists concluded it is of artificial origin, that it shows no evidence of welding, and its internal structure is composed of high 5 density elements. More testing is needed to be established the origin. Very interesting. I'm seeing some interesting information here. More than 1,000 Starbucks baristas go on strike to protest new dress code. Yes, Moki, it is very wild. The mind blowing object also displayed symbols that the team compared to ancient scripts. These included ruins of the Ogham and Mesopotamian writing systems. All right. It's an ad. We're going to show you this. This is going to be a UFO over Russia. Not where you're. It's an ad right now. All right, there it is. That's the flying saucer. Wow, that thing is very impressive. Very impressive, and you can see it right here. You see that right there. It flew into Russia's airspace, and I think that it's very, very interesting, very fascinating. And then you have that, it's flying over, and it looks like a flying saucer. And they're shooting at it, but they couldn't shoot it down. Justice, she told me about this originally. That's them trying to shoot it down. All right. Yeah, well, I don't care about Starbucks. Their coffee smells like poop. Maybe that's why Duke Fish had Popeye Starbucks poop coffee. Yeah, yeah, Anunnaki. I think you're right. All right. After this, we're gonna look at some Starbucks cringe. All right. Scientists use AI to help them decode the bizarre text. They interpreted it as saying the origin of birth through the union of energy and a cycle of transformation, meeting points of unity, expansion, and consciousness, individual consciousness. Mogi says supposedly the James Webb Telescope found an armada of UFOs heading toward Earth. Scared. Well, maybe there might be something. Maybe by 2027 they'll get here, Moki. Scared. The researchers said that they understood the text by a message to humanity encouraging a collective shift in consciousness to help Mother Earth. Yeah, shout out to James Webb Telescope. Anunnaki says you could shoot it down. The magnetron in your appliance you use daily in your kitchen, called a microwave, can shoot down anything that uses electrical or hyper-electronic power devices. Oh, okay. Okay, Anunnaki. All right. Thank you for the information. I didn't know that. Scared. Hyper was the word. Sorry for the typo. Damn typo's been bad. Been a biosh lately. Okay, hyper. Oh, okay. Okay. The researchers said that they understood the text as being a message to humanity, encouraging a collective shift in consciousness to help Mother Earth. The object was recovered on March 2 by a group of people who said it weighed about 4.5 pounds. They described it as having the temperature of a refrigerator when they touched it. Yes, Smokey, I agree. And by bringing the New World Order, they will then create a new thing where people will then the real aliens will come as the peacemakers, and they're the real ones that are causing us a problem, similar to the Twilight Zone, when you had the world making peace with an alien, and the alien brought them back to their planet, but to eat us. So, from what you showed me in the documents and the docs from the whistleblower, they're going to fake an alien invasion, and then the real aliens are going to come and be the peacemakers, but it's actually a nefarious scheme. So I do believe in that. The real aliens also have something to do with it later, but yeah, I know Project Bluebeam. Yeah. But with holograms and stuff, I wonder how effective that's going to be, but we'll see how it goes. Radiologists examined the UFO sphere that crashed in Buga, Colombia. It's terrible. Thanks, Gam. It's the Serve Man. Thank you. The Twilight Zone episode is called The Serve Man. Anunnaki says, we built a pulse plasma toy with them. Set on high frequency but low budget. Volt. It's fun to play with. Oh, that sounds very fun, Anunnaki. That's very cool, thank you. Exactly, Moki. Exactly. Like, they're very selective. If someone goes with the agenda, they like them. Similar, Moki, to the Karen retrial. How if there's a witness they like, they don't say anything. But if it's a witness they don't like, they don't like the witness. It's the same type of bias. He also said the man who found and touched it, Jose, felt sick for days after touching the alien sphere. Vélez El Potro said when a poured water on it, it started to smoke and the water vaporized instantly. There are yet to be any official reports or significant analysts to confirm claims of sphere falling over Buga. Only eyewitness reports. Vélez El Porto added the governments contracted him to have over the sphere, but he refused to argue that it would never be seen again. Researchers found that the sphere had irregular edges, which indicated that it is a solid object. The outer layer was said to be the most dense area, almost possessing human-like bone density. The breakthrough research suggests that the outer layer could be made of titanium steel. That's not the only statue like that. Stupid pandering, sick of it. Yeah, absolutely. Telescopes are a massive have tools. I tell you, it all must have. All must have. I thought it was a telescope. My bad. I guess I'm suffering from Popeye syndrome. But scientists still need a full compensation analyst confirm to confirm this. The 18 smaller spheres with an object center appear to be 18 to be aligned in non-randomized patterns. Amen, Eugene. Boffins are currently referring to the 18 points as a chirp due to their precise arrangement and location with the spherical object. The item also observed a central band composed of different materials which contained more than a small spheres. Yes, Smokey. There's orbs within orbs, similar to the Bible talks about an angel that has wheels within wheels. They think that these may have been placed inside before the object was sealed. But the X ray did not reveal any visible signs of assembly technique by humans. I'll do a video about this. I'll come out tomorrow in the morning. I'll do a video about it. I know, Moki. Just like the discovery of a planet outside our solar system that goes with the Planet 10 thing I've been talking about, that's been put under the rug. But they discovered another planet beyond Neptune. Like I thought. Oh. World Trade Center, rest in peace. G was stuck in that BS. But I'm glad she got out of it alive. Wow. Moki, I'm just starstruck about this thing. Good grief. It looks kind of like Nordic symbols. It looks kind of like the symbol of Odin. Those like crescent moon things. So that might be some sort of an angelic thing. It's some sort of an angel. A fallen angel. Scripture talks about beings like that. Yeah, right on. Right on. Placed by. I get it. So, Anunnaki, you think that it was something humans made? Okay, it might be something a human made. It just like the in Mexico, they had this situation occur where you had this situation happen in Mexico where you had these mummies that were found out to be fake. So maybe this will come out as something fake. It could be a hoax or something man-made. Anunnaki, we'll have to wait and see. Yeah, the person got sick after touching it. So it's probably, according to Anunnaki, it's more likely man-made, but we'll see. Look, and this is it flying in the sky. Here. That was the object flying. So it's some sort of flying device, either from an alien or us that we made. But, as I said, we'll see. Oh, Moki, I wish you were here last year because there's a big debate on my channel about it. And thank you for clarifying that they were not debunked. Because, this is what happened. This is what happened, Moki. This person that buys those artifacts also bought a fairy, and it had a piece of wood in it. So the person that collects that stuff was known to buy things that were hoaxes, but it doesn't mean that was necessarily a hoax. That may have been real, but the person was known to buy other things, but that's irrelevant to the case, though. But thank you, Moki, for that. You're still hoping for that one. I'm glad someone's still pulling that the mummies are real. To fly a spaceship and have traveled another solar system, and then to drop a steel ball, not even composite drone, it's more stupid than one can calculate weight. Because when it comes to space travel, you need a full overweight. Anunnaki, it might be some sort of a drone spying device from the aliens or from a human, and it's like an orb looking thing. It's something that flies around from this area. It was on Earth. It wasn't something. It could have been deployed by them. Also, I believe that they're fallen angels. The aliens are fallen angels, so it's something that was already native to Earth to begin with, that we cannot completely see or know about. We know about them, but fallen angels, hypothetically, or gods, whatever you want to call them, could have put it there. Anunnaki, is it possible that it could have came from gods? I'm being serious. Could it be from one of the... We call them fallen angels, but is it something one of the gods could have made? Or something has to do with that? Or you think it's still something humans made? I'm being serious. I'm not trying to be funny here. I'm being serious. Okay, you think that it might be a human spy device. But still, I still think it could be something not from this world, or it was created by beings, supernatural beings like gods or alien, which is fallen angels that were native to this planet, or that were here already. But anyway, it could still be what you're saying. And of course, Anunnaki, although experts could be wrong, you are right, I'd say, all the time. I've not known a time when you were wrong, but anybody could be wrong maybe 1% of the time. But I trust your expertise, and it's important on this because we're not, know the most about this. You would know more about this than we do. But I still will have my tinfoil hat on, and in spite of what it may look, I still think that it's possible that there are UFO stuff. I still think that. Not based on anything, but based on my observation of these things. And Anunnaki said, nope, it's more from humans, because from mine history, the gods board devices could delete humans from radiations. Now, the device in question is radioactive. And they did an x-ray on it, and it has radioactive stuff in it. So, I don't know, could it be from them, maybe? I think it's possible. Alright, but thank you, Anunnaki, for your analysis on this, which is very important that we needed on this channel. Like the Guardians of Shemesh Gate, the scorpion-like guards warm of the shot of Gamesh with the death rays, and he survived, so they knew he was a demigod. Ah, okay, thank you. Oh, it went to 0. Oh, Lord. The internet is from Timu right now. All right, hopefully that helps it. All right, got some buffering going on. Lord. Well, I'm just going to read it from another window. All right, we're going to read this from another window. All right, I'm going to read this from another window because that caused the buffering. All right. All right, so this worked better. All right, so y'all are just going to look at my movie star beautiful face that I have and read this with me. Y'all are beautiful people too, okay? Reload the page. I fixed it. I fixed it. I fixed the problem. Yesterday, the sun farted a flare. We'll be experiencing effery till tomorrow. Anunnaki, Zero was the one that told us about that yesterday, and I've been talking about it on the stream and making the video about it. And he said there's going to be other rounds of it coming towards our planet because with the measurements, there's going to be more of these occurrences going to be happening. Which deluge was proven the most catastrophic in history? Zero has returned. Yeah, we were just talking about you, buddy, with the sun putting out a flare against us. The 1931 Chinese flood. Shelly, hello there, my friend. I'm so glad to see you. I hope you're having an amazing day. And I hope that you're doing great too. All right. Now we're going to be reading about this Starbucks trauma. More than 1,000 Starbucks baristas go on strike to protest new dress code. Scared. Moki, we'll try to look for it. Okay, Anunnaki, thank you. Thank you, Anunnaki. I didn't know that. More than 1,000 Starbucks baristas in 75 U.S. stores have gone on strike since Sunday to protest the new company's dress code, a union representing the coffee giant's workers said Wednesday. Starbucks put a new limits starting Monday what its baristas can wear under their green aprons. The dress codes requires employees at company operated by licensed stores in US, Canada to wear a solid black shirt and kahikai black or blue denim bottoms. Under the previous dress code, baristas could wear a broader range of dark colors, patterned shirts, and Starbucks said the new rules would make its green apron stand out and create a sense of familiarity for customers as it tries to establish a warmer, more welcoming feeling in its stores. But Starbucks Workers United, the union that represented workers at 570 of Starbucks' 10,000 companies owned U.S. stores and dress code should be subject to collective bargaining. Yeah, I've always seen them with a dress code. Yeah, I know Beano was one. Starbucks has lost its way. Instead of listening to baristas who made the Starbucks experience what it is, they are focused on all the wrong things, like implementing a restrictive new dress code. And Paige Summers, a Starbucks shift supervisor from Hanover, Maryland, customers don't care what color our clothes are when they're waiting 30 minutes for a latte. Anunnaki says, all for coffee drinkers here, best coffee you can drink is Jamaican Blue Mountain. Try it. It's worth every cent. I drink it all the time and it's heavenly. I will. Thank you. What's the beef about dress codes? Just do it and be happy. Like a uniform. MR said if you are complaining about the dress code of your job at a company you do not own, there's a reason why hardworking people don't have sympathy for these babies. Exactly, Matt. All right, gonna have to read the rest from the phone because it caused a buffer. All right, I fixed it, everybody. It was the website that was causing it to. There must be a lot of traffic to the website that I was at. So. You're welcome, Moki. It's my pleasure. I'm glad to help and serve all of you. Yeah, I miss the friends too. Yeah. And as I said, I will do lives in the future during the daytime when trials go on, but as I said, I will also still be attending trials at the same time. All right. Hello, Silver Fox. Great to see you. I agree, Cecil. I'm going to read this thing again because of the interruption that happened. All right. So y'all just gonna have to bear with me a moment because we're going through it again. Okay, okay. More than 1,000 Starbucks baristas at 75 stores in the 75 U.S. stores have gone on strike Sunday to protest the new company dress code. A union representing the coffee workers said Wednesday. Oh, Moki, you are not lame. Human connection and networking that we're doing is more valuable than anything else people could possibly have. Able to be friends and touch people throughout the entire world is a great ripple effect. I have a Cash App if people want to donate to me. I'll go put that in there for those that were interested in that. That's the donation methods for now. All right, here we go. I'll put it in there. Okay. Let's do this. Come on. And Inaki, I'm almost monetized to get super chats, but I'm not quite there yet. Yeah, I have a couple of hundred more watch time hours to go. But because of all of you, my watch time hours have increased, and I'm almost my streams are almost monetized. So at some point, I'll be able to get super chats and and memberships and stuff. I'm almost there because of you people, because of all of you. All right, thank you. All right, so that's the donation thing for people that were interested in donating that requested it. That is what it is. I have the PayPal also if people wanted that one, but that's the Cash App one that was requested. As I said, I didn't ask, people requested. All right, there you go. Shout out to Gam Catches Up. He has a good channel too. And also he paints he paints not pictures, but he paints 3D models and stuff like that. Thank you, Anunnaki. I really appreciate that. The donations and all, I appreciate that very much. Those that have done that. But people don't have to do that. Y'all being here and giving me watch time hours and participating in the channel is all that is important to me. Cash App is basic. It's basically kind of like a cyber check. Yeah. All right. Place that. All right, let's get to this is Gam's channel. All right. And say Alien Spaceship sent you there. Say Alien Spaceship sent you to that channel. All right, thank you. Yeah, and Anaki, it could get annoying. The typos. Thank you, Gam. I'm glad that you appreciate the help that I gave you. I'm glad that you appreciate that. Yeah, Moki, I've told you about ABL a couple of times before. and he's a, he does news and politics. And Moki, I have call-ins on this show. I just haven't opened up the lines in a while, but I do call-ins, and EBL taught me how to do streaming and call-ins. And I'm usually the last caller of his show, but also we have been times where we've been doing the streams and things like that, so I'm not always there. All right. And as I said, I don't care. I'm thankful for donations, but nobody has to do that. See, like with me, being the richest man in the graveyard doesn't mean anything to me. What I really like doing is when I go to bed at night, I'm always satisfied with my life and everything that I did. Because I go to bed knowing that I made a wonderful channel and made a network of people that are connected together. That matters the most, is the people that I've helped or inspired and the channels that I've been on and people that like my content. That means the most to me. And I appreciate all of you for, hanging out with me. Oh, okay, Jamie. All right. All right. So the dress code requires employees to comply, operate, and license stores in U.S. and Canada, and sold black shirts and khaki black blue denim bottoms. Under previous dress codes, baristas could wear a broader range of dark colors, patterned shirts. Starbucks is the new rules that would make a green apron stand and to create a sense of familiarity for customers as tries to establish a warmer, more welcoming and feeling stores. But Starbucks Workers United, the union that represents workers United Workers Union that represents workers at 570 Starbucks 10,000 company-owned U.S. stores said the dress code should be subject to collective bargaining. Jamie said, "Thank you, Sharon, and thank you, Jamie. I appreciate you for doing these lives. It's very fun." Anunnaki said, "You are a cool cat with a big heart, big golden heart, and I have nothing mad respect for you, but still, stop cheating on Jamie, please." I need to stop doing that. I need to stop doing that. One of these days, my Timu alien self will get around, be more loyal, but, Anunnaki is great at putting me in my place. All right? That is something I need to stop doing. Absolutely. Scared. Shout out to Anunnaki. You're hilarious, bro. All right. All right, Starbucks has lost the way. Instead of listening to baristas who make Starbucks experiencing what it is, they focus on all the wrong things, like implementing a restrictive new dress code, said Paige Summers. Starbucks shift supervisor from Hanover, Maryland. Consumer don't care what color our clothes are when they're waiting 30 minutes for a latte. Hello, Frog. Good to see you, buddy. Here's your wrench. I forgot to give it to you yesterday. Frog's our friend from Trial Chat. I think he might have blocked me by mistake, maybe, because I don't see his chats in Law and Crime, but he's still cool with me, though. He's all good. He's a very funny, hilarious chat friend from Law and Crime, and he's good friends with Remy, and I'm glad he's here. Cecil said, "I appreciate you having this open forum, plus your views are very insightful." Well, thank you. I appreciate all you very much for the feedback. Yeah, Frog, always enjoy seeing you in chat. I appreciate you. Remy was here for a moment earlier, and she was triggered. She missed it, but she told us goodnight before she went to sleep. Matt said, "I stopped going to Starbucks when they stopped refusing to kick homeless people, bums, and other people not buying things out to the store." Cecil says, "Same here. It is supposed to start early June." Yeah, that's true. Ah, yeah, shout out the Frog. He's cool people. You're welcome, Frog. I always whenever I see you in the chat or when I see the others talking to you, it's always hilarious. And you are one of part of the chat family from Law and Crime. I'm glad to have you here, buddy. Appreciate you, man. If you're talking about his wrench, Gam chose not to have a wrench. He didn't want one. Yeah, Gam didn't want a wrench. And also you see the reason for the wrench. A lot of people requested them, and also I want to give it to you all as a gift for subscribing here. And I trust all of you. If something happens in the chat, I trust y'all to take care of something if the trolls come in. And because a lot of YouTubers moderate the channel themselves because they can't trust other people. But I could trust all of y'all because I had friends from all over YouTube. And another thing is that y'all can't really block each other if somebody says something offensive because y'all are mods. Thank you, Frog. I really... It means a lot to me. I like that. Matt said he's a tool. He doesn't need it. Facts. He doesn't want to... I guess he... Because... Yeah, I don't know. I think Gam... He personally... He feels he's a tool already. So he doesn't need the wrench he feels. But, as I said, if he ever wants one, I'll give it to him. Black fatigue about to explode here. Summers and others criticize Starbucks company for selling styles of Starbucks branded clothing that employees no longer are allowed to wear to work on an international web. Starbucks said it would give 2 free black t-shirts to each employee when it announced the new dress code. Starbucks said on Wednesday the strike was having a limited impact on 10,000 company-operated U.S. stores by the union's own count. Less than 1% of Starbucks workers are participating in the strikes, and in some cases, the strikes closed the stores for less than an hour, the company said. Oh no. Her cat sitter had medical issues. Oh no. Well, hopefully she gets to come here at some point. To the United States. It would be more productive if the union would put the same effort into coming back to the table that they're putting into protesting wearing black shirts to work. Starbucks said in a statement more than 99% of our stores are open today serving customers and have been all week. Starbucks Workers United States has been unionizing U.S. stores since 2021. Starbucks and the union have yet to reach contact agreement. Despite agreeing to return to the bargaining table in February 24, the United States last week filed a complaint that United National Labor Relations Board alleging Starbucks bargaining over new dress codes. Thanks, guys, for having my back. Thank you, Gam, and everybody else. And Michael's, hey, Michael, it's been a while since we've seen you, or I've seen you. I haven't seen you in a while. And I hope that you're doing. I hope you're doing great. We've been watching Karen Reed cringe, and we're watching a lot of stuff about that. It's been quite intriguing to watch. But the Karen Reed trial, it's so divided. So divided. Wow. Thanks for all the likes and the views. I appreciate it. Ah, okay. Okay. All right. So, as I said it, and Michael, we were just talking about more than 1,000 Starbucks baristas go on strike to protest the new dress codes. And I'll derail this and let's look at some news. And then I'll talk about the Somali pirates. Thank you, Gam. Catching me mostly on replays. Been working on some projects in the evening, so not much on the PC. I hope that the projects go well. And thank you for rewatching the streams, man. That really means a lot to me. Like, Bina rewatches the streams. I mean that's so cool. People rewatch me. I never thought I'd be. I look. It's like people liked me in the chats, and people recommended me do live streams. I didn't even think of it myself. That's what other people wanted me to do, and I'm glad I did it. All right. Oh, okay, I'm gonna look that up right now. That's who Somali pirates. Thanks, Frog. Thank you. Thank you, Anunnaki. Very generous. Thank you. Thanks for the donation. All right, so we'll talk about this. All right, so it says 4 American hostages deleted by Somali pirates. Oh yeah, that's great, man. That's awesome. It's already stored in there. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate donation, Anunnaki. 4 Americans captured by Somali pirates while sailing in the Indian Ocean have been shot and deleted. NBC News reported Tuesday. It was in 2011. The two couples, Phyllis McKay, 59, and Robert Riggle, 67, of Seattle, and yacht owner Jean Scott Adam Marina Del Rey, California, were on around the world sailing trip when they were captured by pirates on Friday. Durid, good night to you, and thank you so much for being here. And have a good night to you. Thank you so much. Military officials told NBC News that about 1 a.m. ET, shots were heard about yacht called the Quest of negotiations had been underway with pirates at the time. The officials said U.S. military personnel boarded the yacht and discovered all four hostages had been shot by their captors. The officials said the two pirates were deleted and 13 other captured after brief gun battle on U.S. forces took control of the boat. This must have been Captain Barbosa, Captain Sparrow. Is always much nicer. Anunnaki said, "Them roaches figured out how to use boats now. We are trying to figure out how to space travel to Mars and colonize it." I know, Anunnaki. I know. It's like, we're trying to go to the moon. We're past the piracy what Europe and parts of the Middle East did. Now they're trying to destroy us, and do these boats. They just figured out how to use a boat. It's like, that shout out to them. I mean, it's surprising they can even use a boat. It's cringe. And that's what they do with a boat, Anunnaki. They go and cause trouble with it. The officials said U.S. military personnel boarded the yacht and discovered all four hostages had been shot by their captors. The officials said 2 pirates were deleted and 13 other captured after brief gun battle as U.S. forces took control of the boat. We express our deepest condolences for the innocent lives casually lost aboard the Quest. Jen, James, and Mattis, U.S. Central Command commander, said in a statement. I believe it, Moki. Two pirates already dead. The statement added that in addition to the 15 deleted or captured pirates, U.S. forces had been remained of 2 pirates on the vessel were already deleted. It did not say how they were deleted. The statement also said 2 pirates had been in U.S. custody before the Quest was boarded as part of the negotiation process. A total was believed, and 19 pirates had been involved. They are thought to have been so-called mothership to reach the Quest about 190 miles off the Oman coast. Looks like I have to read this from my phone. Alright. It's going to come back. Anunnaki said, "May they be received by the gods and goddesses of heaven into the eternal light." Amen. Amen. Alright, so we're going to go into this right here. Navy SEALs deleted some, and pirate shootings shot their own in mayhem. Hilarious. That they're shooting each other. Pirates already deleted. Statement added that an additional of the 15 deleted or captured. Pirates U.S. forces have found the remains of 2 pirates on the vessel who were already deleted. It did not say how they were deleted. The statement also said that the 2 pirates had been in U.S. custody before the Quest was boarded. As part of the negotiation process, that in total it was believed that 19 pirates have been involved. They are thought to have used so-called mothership to reach the Quest, which is about 190 miles of the Oman coast. The statement said the U.S. forces have been closely monitoring the quest approximately 3 days with the Navy warships tasked to recover a yacht. The aircraft carrier USS Enterprise, the guided missile cruiser of USS Leaf Gulf, the guided missile destroys U.S. secret of the USS Buckley. Vice Adam Mark Fox, commander of the U.S. Navy Fifth Fleet, told the news conference that negotiations were taking place between the U.S. forces and the pirates Tuesday morning when the suddenly fired a rocket propelled grenade and the street was about 600 yards away and the RPG missed. Fox said that it's almost immediately afterward that, and several pirates appeared on deck, the yacht, their hands and air waiting to surrender. A boarding party of the U.S. super forces was sent across the quest, but despite immense steps to provide life-saving care, all four American hostages were deleted from their wounds. Moki. Moki says, according to the internet source of all truth, we have been working with alien species on the moon and Mars and Antarctica. Maybe an abandoned Anunnaki base. They were absolutely more ambitious than any human could be, ever. He said no shots were fired. The U.S. personnel and boarded the yacht. However, as the yacht was being cleared, the special forces deleted one pirate, and deleted another with a knife. Fox said they had not planned to launch a military operation against the yacht. The intent had been this would be a negotiated process and not ever to go to the point where we had to gunfire, he said. Asked about two pirates who were already deleted when the troops arrived, Fox did not know the circumstances of their deletion. We've seen growing problem here in terms of pirate activity off the coast of Somalia. He said, we, the mothership, allowing the pirates to strike as far as the coast of India. After pirates captured the yacht off the coast of Oman, they headed for waters between Yemen and northern Somalia. Pirates vow revenge. Two Somalian pirates spoke with Reuters and telephone Tuesday said the hostages were ordered to delete since the pirates themselves were under attack by U.S. forces. Anunnaki says by special forces, they being Delta forces, they get bored fast, so they need to play sometimes. Ah, okay. Scared. Scared. Our colleagues called us this morning that they were being attacked by a U.S. warship. Mohammed, a Somali pirate, told Reuters, we ordered our commanders to delete the four Americans before they got deleted. Pirate leader Farah, speaking from Bela, a pirate haven in northern semi-autonomous region of Puntland, vowed to avenge the deaths of the captured of his comrades. Ever see a Delta Force vet? You think the German SS elite's fencing was mutilation, holy god of life? Our Delta Forces vets can take some serious damage and smile at death. Oh, I can imagine. I'm just learning about the Delta Forces, and they sound very awesome. They sound very awesome. And I think that they are so, much better than the SS from what you're telling me. And yeah, thank you for letting me know. That is awesome that they're able to go through all that. I lost the money I invested, my comrades. No forgiveness for the Americans' revenge. Our business will go on. He said, adding that he spent 100,000, 1,100,000 so far in hijacking, including on weapons, food, and salaries. Pirates have increased attacks on ships off the coast of East Africa, but Americans have rarely been targeted. The last attack against the U.S. crew, which happened in 2009, ended with the Navy sharpshooters deleting two pirates and rescuing the ship's captain. Moki says, "Alright, I'm out, y'all. Love talking to everyone tonight. See some of you tomorrow. Thanks again, Alien." Moki, my pleasure. See you tomorrow, and have an amazing, beautiful sleep. Alright. Let's talk about the Delta forces. 99% have no photos, but we have some here in Tennessee. One have lots of plastic replacement parts, including fake eyes, nose, like nothing ever happened. Oh wow, wow. Thank you, Moki. All right, so that's the most likes on a stream I ever had. Nearly 30. That's the most likes I ever had on a stream. The 1st Special Forces Operation Detachment, Delta 1 Force, also known as Delta Force Combat Applications, are within Joint Special Operations Command as Task Force Green as a Special Operations Force of the United States Army under the operational control of GSOC. United mission primarily involved counterterrorism, hostage rescuing, and direct action and special reconnaissance, often against high value targets. Delta, along with intelligence support activity, U.S. Navy and Air Force counterparts diverge you in the 24 Special Tactics Squadron are the U.S. military's Tier 1 special mission units that are tasked with performing the most complex, coverts, and dangerous missions directed by President of the United States and a Secretary of Defense. Told them to smock that like a priest helping a possessed person. Damn, thank you so much, buddy. You know that they listen to you, man. I'm glad that you set them straight to hit that like button. They need to hit that like button like it's their life depends on it. And also all of you that press the like button, thank you. Thank you. My end says 29. Oh, now it says 31. Okay, I broke a record. I got 31 likes. I never got that many likes on a stream before. Wow. Gam, you're witnessing a historical moment. Wow. And look, there's people that get thousands of likes in their streams. I'm just starting out, all right? It's a lot to me. So, yeah, thanks everybody for the support. Most Delta Force operators and combat support members are selected from the Army Special Operations Commands, 75th Ragnar Regiment, and U.S. Army Special Forces, though selection is open, the Special Operations and conventional units across the Army and other military branches. Yes, Anunnaki, that's true. Sheesh. Sheesh. How much money did you get? Sheesh. Delta Force was created in 1977 after numerous well publicized terrorist groups, includes led the U.S. government to develop a full time counterterrorism unit. The, the key military government figures had already been briefed on this type of unit in early 1960s. Oh, 32 likes. Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. A shout out to 32 of y'all. Scared. Government figures had already been briefed on this type of unit in the early 1960s. Charlie Beckwith, a Special Forces Green Berets officer and Vietnam veteran, served as an exchange officer with British 22 Special Services Regiment during the Malayan emergency. On his return to Beckwith presented a detailed report highlighting the U.S. Army's vulnerability in not having a SAS type unit. The U.S. Army Special Forces is the period of focus on unconventional warfare, provided training and medical care to indigenous residents, fighters, but Beckwith recognized the need for not only a force of teachers, but a force doers. He envisioned highly adapted and completely autonomous small teams with the broad array of special skills for the direct action and counterterrorism missions. He briefed the military government figures who were resonant to creating a new unit outside the special forces and changing existing methods. Finally, in the mid 1970s, as the threat of terrorism grew, Pentagon and Army senior leaders approached Beckwith, the former unit. Beckwith estimated that it would take 24 months to get his new unit mission ready. Anunnaki says they were basically a needle stabbing class. Drop deep incomplete missions in GTFO. Oh, yes. Facts. "24 months to get his new unit mission ready." Beckwith's estimates came from a conversion he had earlier with Brigadier John Watts while in England. In 1976, Watts had made it clear to Beckwith that it would take 18 months to build a squadron, but advised him to tell the Army leaders that it would take 2 years and not let anyone talk him out of this. To justify it would take 2 years, but Delta, Beckwith, and his staff drafted what they dubbed the Robert Redford paper, which outlines its necessities to historical predecedents for a four-phase selection assessment process. I'll have to walk the dog. Thanks again, Alien. Night, guys. All right, Jamie. Good night to you. Have a good time with your dog. All right. See you tomorrow at a trial, maybe. Inanaki said, if you try to join the Delta Force, you have to have family with and trust of DoD, and you will sign your own deletion certificate before training. That makes sense. It's more elite than the Marines. This is more elite than the KGB. Wow. Yeah, I hear you, man. Delta Force was established on 19 November 1977 by Beckwith and Colonial Thomas Henry. In the meantime, Colonial Bob Blacklove's Montill of the 5th Special Forces Group created a unit bridge on the short-term gap of the existed unit until Delta was ready dubbed the Blue Light. The initial members of the unit were screened from the volunteers and put through a specialized selection process in early 1978 involving a series of land navigation problems in mountainous terrain while carrying increased weight. The purpose was to test candidates' endurance, stamina, willingness to endure the mental resolve. The first training course lasted from April to September 1978. Delta was certified as fully mission capable of falling in a fall of 1979, right before the Iran hostage crisis. Yes, very intense training. Very intense training. On November 4, 1979, 52 American diplomats and civilians were taken captive and held in the U.S. Embassy in Tehran, Iran. Delta Force was tasked to plan and execute Operation Eagle Claw, effort to recover the hostages from the embassy by force of the nights of 24 to 25 April 1980. Hansel, aka Alien. Scared. I'm heading to bed as I need lots of beauty sleep. Always enjoy your show. Oh. Thank you, buddy. And have a great night to you, Cecil. And Michael says 1 year of training is not that long for that type of work. Oh yeah, I mean that work, the work that they do, is extremely, extremely intense, and in such a short amount of time. All right, doing this. The operation was aborted due to helicopter failures. The review commission that examined the failure found in 23 problems with the operation, among them unexpected weather encountered by the aircraft command and control problems between the multi-service component commanders, a collision between a helicopter and a ground refueling tanker aircraft, and mechanical problems, and reduced the number of available helicopters from 8 to 5, one or the fewer than minimum desire before the mission contingent could leave the transloading refueling sites. After the failed operation, the U.S. government realized that more changes were needed. The 160th Specialized Operations Activation Regiment Airborne, also known as the Night Stalkers, was created for special operations requiring air support. The Navy SEAL team and early incarceration of the current Naval Special Warfare Development Group was created for maritime counterterrorism operations. The Joint Special Operations Command was created for command and control of the military's various counterterrorism units. Organization and structure. The unit is the organization of the U.S. Army Special Operations Command, but is controlled by the Joint Special Operations Command, JSOC. Command of the 1st SFODD is Colonial Billet. Visually, all of the information about the unit is highly classified, and the details about the specific missions or operations generally are not available publicly. The unit is headquartered at Fort Bragg in North Carolina. Delta Force's structure is similar to the British 22 SAS Regiment, which inspired Delta's formation, and Not a Good Day to Die told the United States Operations Anaconda. Army Times staff writer Sean Naylor described Delta as having, at the time, in 2001, nearly 1,000 soldiers, whom about 250 to 300 are trained to conduct an action and hostage rescue operations. The rest are combat support and service support personnel who are among the very best in the field. Naylor further details Delta Force's structure in his book Relentless Strike, The Secret History of Joint Special Operations Command, primary following the operation elements. So about recruitment. Timu recruitment. Scared. Since the 1990s, Army has posted recruitment notices for the 1st SFODD Army. However, it has never released the official facts sheet, and for the unit, the recruitment notices in Fort Bragg's newspaper Paraglide Review refer to Delta Force name and label it the U.S. Army's Special Operations Unit, organized for the conduct of mission requiring rapid response with the surgical application of the wide variety of unique special operation skills. The notice states that applicants must be in the grade E to F through E8, have at least 2.5 years of service remaining in their enlistment, be 22 years or older, and have armed service avocational aptitude battery GT score 110 or higher to attend the briefing to be considered for a mission. Candidates must be airborne qualified or volunteer for the airborne training. Officer candidates need to be 03 or 04. All candidates must be eligible for security clearance level of secret and have not been convicted or by court-martial or have been disciplinary action noted in their official military personnel file under the provisions of Article 15 of the Uninformed Code of Military Justice. On June 29, 2006, during the Season Committee on Army Armed Services, General Wayne Downing testified before the U.S. House of Representatives that the Delta Force is probably 70% Rangers who have come out of either Ranger and Special Forces track directly from Ranger Regiment. Delta. I got 101 views. Wow. Thanks everybody for viewing this. All right, we're almost done. All right, a little bit more. A little bit more. All right. Right, that's true, Anunnaki. All right. Selection process. Selection is held twice a year, late March to April, late September to late October, at Camp Dawson, West Virginia, and last 4 weeks. Eric Haney's book, Inside the Delta Force, described the selection course and its inception in Delta. Hanley wrote that the course began with the standard tests, including a push-ups, sit-ups, and 2 miles run, an inverted crawl, and a 110-yard, 330 feet swim fully dressed. Oh, you're welcome, Sharon. You're welcome. The candidates were then put through a series of land navigation courses, one of which required them to travel 18 at night while carrying a 40-pound rucksack, with every successive challenge and distance to cover and weight of the rucksack are increased while less time is altered. The final challenge was 40-mile march with 45 pounds run sack over the rough terrain that had been completed to unknown amount of time. This was a colloquially known as the Long Walk. Haney wrote only that senior officer and NCA in charge of the selection were allowed to see the set and limits, but assessment and selection tasks and conditions set by the Delta Training Cadre. Anunnaki said rough terrain means hellhole, all shit waiting for you. Scared. The mental portion of the testing began with numerous physiological elements. Each candidate was then called to face a broad of Delta instructors, unit psychologists, and Delta commander, who asked the candidate barrage of questions and then dissected every response and mannerism to exhaust the candidate mentally. The commander then approaches the candidate and informs him he has been selected. Those who passed the screening process underwent an intense 6 months operator training course to learn counterterrorism and counterintelligence techniques and training with firearms and other weapons. Participated were allowed very little contact with friends and family during the duration. Anal Nuki. Scared. The Central Intelligence Secretive Special Activity Centers, and more specifically its Special Operations Group, SOG, often works with the recruits' former Operations Delta Forces. Exactly, it's a mental test under extreme phases rather than physical. All right, facts. This is about their training. According to Eric Henley, the unit's operator training course is approximately 6 months long. While the course is constantly changing, the skills taught broadly include the following: marksmanship. Sharon says they have to hold their breath underwater for ungodly time too. That's true. Oh yeah, definitely. I've heard about that. The trainees shot without aiming at the stationary targets at close range until they gain almost complete accuracy in the progress to moving targets. Once these shooting skills are perfected, trainees move to a shoot house and clear rooms of enemy targets. First one, then two at a time, then three, and finally four. When all trainees can demonstrate the sufficient skill requirement, hostages added to the mix. Zero says, "Wait, what? I'm hearing again." Looks around. Eight. Who summoned me? I didn't choose this to be here right now. Zero. I needed to show you about the Delta forces and how they do training. You need to learn about this because we're talking about pirates, and the pirates deleted 9 hostages in 2011, and this was the force that went and got them that went and attacked the pirate forces, and that's what we have to do with the game. So this is the bounty hunters that we have to fight in the game, like a modern version of them. Anaki said, "No rules, everything goes, and training also evolve annually." That they're new training manuals. Thank you, Anaki. Trainees learn how to pick many different locks, including those on cars and safes. Advanced demolition and bomb making using common materials. Combined skills and other agencies were used to advise on the training of this portion of OCT. The new Delta operations use demolition and marksmanship at the shoot house and other training facilities to train for their hostage and counterterrorism operations with assault and sniper troops working together. They practice terrorist or hostage situations in buildings and aircraft and other settings. And you ask the one-man army to appear. Excuse me, meant army deleter. And there you go, buddy. I needed you to come here to see this. It's like the alien tattoo, and you could feel the burning sensation when he summoned. Trainees learn the new Delta operators use demolition and marksmanship at the shoot house and other training facilities to train for the hostage and terrorist operations with assault and sniper troops working together. They practice terrorist and hostage situations in buildings and aircraft and settings. All trainees learn how to set sniper positions around the building containing hostages. They learn the proper ways to set up a tactical operation center and communications organized manner. Although the Delta has specialized sniper tropes as members go through the training, the students then go back to shoot the house, and the hostages are replaced with the students and Delta Forces members. Live ammunition is known to have been used in the exercise to test students and build trust between another. Wait a moment, walks over to Inanaki and smells the air around them. Why do you smell like Narrow eyes, you're not a human, are you? Hilarious. Hilarious. And hello, Steve Kerfuffle. Welcome back. We're almost finished. We're almost finished. But it's been too long for me. May smell like humans, but never been one of them. Exactly, and an Anunnaki is not an Earthling. That is true. Tradecraft. During the first OTCs and Delta creation, CIA personal personnel were used to teach his portion of training. Students learned different espionage related skills such as dead drops, brief encounters, pickups, load and unload, signals and danger and safe signals, surveillance and counter surveillance, executive protection during the first OTCs and creation of Delta. The U.S. State Department, Diplomatic Security Service, the United States Secret Service were consulted and advised Delta. Students take an advanced driving course to learn to use the vehicle or many vehicles as defense and offensive weapons. They then learn techniques, VIP, diplomatic protection developed by the Secret Service and DSS. Accumulation exercise. A final test requires the students to apply and dramatically adapt all the skills that they had learned. Delta Force trains with the Foreign Special Operations Unit to improve tactics and increase relationships with them, including the Australian Special Air Service Regiment, British Special Air Service, and Canada's Joint Task Force 2. Hate me later, Anunnaki. Plucks a hair from their head. I think I know what you are. I'm going to just double check. Have your sunglasses, Zero. Steve, you remind me of the Men in Black with the sunglasses. Facts. That is wig hair. Here, I give you one from my chest. Bubbies. Bubbles the cat. There you are. You're waiting for something. Hello, Eugene. Well, welcome back from ABO. Shout to him. Great man. Unit name. In 2010, the article Mark and Biter reported that Army compartmented elements was new cover name for Delta Force. However, Bider subsequently wrote an ebook about JSOC in which he reported the Army compartmented elements is a different unit from Delta. In January 2022, it reported that the name of the unit may have recently been charged the U.S. The 3rd Operational Support Group. And Gams being the dude's a complete Chad, he's just like, I never even left. Bro was lurking the whole time. But y'all that wear ABLs are fine too. But that is quite, thank you, Gam, for being here, man. That means a lot to me, dude. And say Gam catches up, has great streams, he really does. I learn a lot of wisdom from you, Gam. When you have your streams, I learn a lot of stuff in your life experiences. Very funny too. Secrecy. The Department of Defense tightly controls information about Delta Force, usually refuses to comment publicly on the highly secretive unit and its activities unless the unit is part of the major operation or a unit member has been deleted. Delta operators are granted an enormous amount of flexibility and autonomy during military operations overseas. Relaxed grooming standards such as civilian hairstyles and facial hair are allowed to be enabled for members to blend in or to avoid recognition from military personnel. Delta Force training is still being read. Did you know Jimmy Carter sent Delta Force to Iran to try to free American hostages, but all were deleted, crashed in desert due to a sandstorm? Anunnaki, yes, we read that. We read about this in the beginning of reading this article. Oh, you saw my boy Agent 48. Oh, shout out to my man. I hope he's been doing great with his encrypted messages. All right. Which later triggered Iraq-Iran war. Iraq, my side, was supposedly to only distract Iran so Delta Force could do their job, but we failed to free hostages and them. I know, Anunnaki, I don't know. It seems that these wars seem like a bunch of trickery. There's more to it than meets the eye, it seems. $107 views. Wow. Right, the hostages were free. The hostages were free, but it was already initiated. The war was initiated. Ah, alright. This man, Zero. Oh my goodness. Zero said, "I Anunnaki, you're over 19k years age. Very interesting." Alright, they're saying, "I hear you. There's a ton that was covered that was kind of important over there tonight." Gam sarcastically says, "I hear you. There's a ton that wasn't covered that was kind of important over there tonight." And then you have going to block that guy. And then you have yeah, they want the war to be initiated. That's what they really want to happen. The Department of Defense tightly controls the information about Delta forces and usually refuses to comment publicly on highly secretive unit and its activities unless the unit is part of a major operation or a unit member has been deleted. Delta operation operators are granted enormously amount of flexibility autonomy during the military operations overseas. Relaxed grooming standards such as civilian hairstyles and facial hair are allowed. Okay, during the President Joe Biden's visit to Israel, White House accidentally published a photo of Delta Force operators with unblurred faces and tattoos, drawing scrutiny. The White House later issued an apology for the incident. What, I'm 15,000, that's the issue. Anunnaki says, yeah, but still not old as Nasty Pelosi thing old. She has cowbells in her in her coochie. And Zero says, dude, last time I checked, her whole 80k bursts out into laughter. Sharon, yes, it was the start of the Iraq turning into the Shiite hole we see the U.S. lost the World War II greatest ally. Yeah, that's really unfortunate, Anunnaki. And I think there's powers that be in the background pulling puppet strings that wanted that war to happen to make cash money and cause destabilization, okay? I think it was complete BS, okay? It's like one side is here, there's an enemy, right? There's two enemies fighting, but they're both part of the same group. Like there's, say, you have France and Britain, but one group just benefits either way from the war. So that's what we're dealing with, in my opinion. It's just BS. All right. All right. All right, Bubbles. I see you, buddy. I see you. Alrighty, so let's see how well this goes. Brace yourselves. There he is. There's Bubbles, the cat. That's my Mario hoodie. Shout out to Pootsy, Bubbles. Also, his name's Sam, like his human name. Scared. Hello, Bubbles. I think it was a bag of cocaine. It was you. I was checking deeper in the tush to see if Adam Shield and Hunter Biden were hiding it there. Thank you, Shell. Thank you, Shelly. Five cats wish she was awake to see this. All right, here it is. Yeah, he had a nice nap, and he's very happy to talk to everybody. He tells everybody hello. See, Damon has two cameras, and I have one. Anyway, there we go. It's my keyboard right here. It's my mouse. It's a glass table. All right. Yeah, Bubbles said that he got high earlier in catnip, and he had the zoomies, and he had a nice lunch and dinner. Yeah, he's just glad to see me and everybody in chat. Hilarious. Anunnaki and Zero hilarious. He grabbed that bag fast. Scared. See, humans have the malfunction in them. They tend to do human fuckeries every now and then. We tried to fix it, but we kept failing. Exactly. They kept on failing. It's like they try to fix the problem, but they made it even worse. It's absolutely cringe. Scared. All right. Thank you all for 32 likes. All right. Anunnaki says Inky Inky knew of it but kept his mouth shut. Scared. But Enlil had to wipe them out, but like roaches survived the flood. Yes, yes. Absolutely. Absolutely. And that is have a great explanation, Anunnaki. Excellent, great explanation. All right, everybody. And no, technically they fooked us up. Planet 10 helped us, but got scared when we didn't want to be controlled after the work the Planet 10 didn't like. All right, yeah, that's true. Shout out to Planet 10. Planet 10 lives matter. That's interesting, Eugene. That's a possibility. Also, I saw something that a nuclear war happened on Mars, and they came here. Only Aniki, like Rat, went to Tezurada to build the Kulata and survive the flood. Scared. Oh, help this little kitty out. All right, he was able to cook. He was able. He was okay. You know, a problem humans only you can fix. It's called greed. Yeah. Yes, exactly, Zero. I agree. I agree. Let's see. All right. Well, now what I'm going to be doing is we're going to be DJ Overtime. Hello, DJ Overtime. Welcome to the chat. Hello there. And yeah, so that is some information about the what do you call it? The Delta. Delta. As I said, we're about to be ending it. I'll read one more little thing. And thank you, DJ. Appreciate you. In Veritas, the Journal of Army Special Operations History, H. Briscoe stated that SF did not misappropriate the application unbeknownst to members of the ARSOF, Army Special Operations community. That moniker was adapted by Special Forces to the mid to late 1950s. He goes to state all qualified enlisted officials, Special Forces, had to voluntarily subscribe to the provisions of the Code of Special Forces. Operator. Pledge themselves to tenants by witness signature. We were talking about pirates, that they murdered somebody back in the past. They murdered 4 people in 2011. We're now talking about the force that took out the pirates. Yeah, yeah, DJ, yeah. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, right on. Well, I'm glad you were able to finally join the stream too. I'm glad you finally were able to do it. You know, and basically we've been having a great time. And yeah, and also yeah, I met you from Timbaland stream. The Timbaland, the producer, singer. I met him there. TJ there. Now I'm subscribed to him. He has a good channel. Let's see. This is DJ Overtime's channel. All right. Inside the United States Special Operations community, an operator is Delta Force member who completed the section and has finished the operator training was used by Delta Forces to distinguish between operators, assaulters, and combat support assigned units. How interesting it is. In just Blockersan is declared its own independence from Pakistan. How about that? I like it. Oh yeah, there's a lot of interesting history there. Right on. Oh, you're welcome, DJ. My pleasure. Most operations assigned to Delta are classified, but some details have become public knowledge for service during Operation Urging Fury and United States invasion of Grenada. Delta was awarded the Joint Moratis Unit Award, and the unit was awarded the Valor of the United Award, Extraordinary Heroism during the Modelio prison hostage rescue mission and capture Manuel Norwegia in December 1989. During the Operation Just Cause of Panama, the first SFODD operations from the S Squadron were also involved in operations Gothic Serpent in Somalia, two other operations in MSG Gary Gordon and SFC Randy Shughart were posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor for their actions in the 3rd of October 1993, Battle of Mogadishu. During operations Enduring Freedom in Iraqi Freedom, Operation Iraqi Freedom, first Cephodod was awarded the Presidential Unit Clintation for a combat operations in Afghanistan from 4 October 2001 to 15 March 2002 in Iraq, from March 19, 2003 to December 13, 2003. On 26 October 2019, Delta operators, accompanied by members of the 75th Ranger Regiment, conducted a raid on the compound of the Islamic State leader Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi, leading to his deletion. All right. Talk about, well, as I said, we're towards the end of the show. I'll say some Diddy news, and then we'll end it. All right. And DJ says, "What did I miss about Pirates earlier? Have you played the game Sea of Thieves? What is your opinion on the game?" Sea of Thieves, I don't think I played that one before. I don't think so. But I play a game called The Legend of Pirates Online. It's based off the Pirates of the Caribbean franchise. It was originally from Disney, but they had to make a new one because they took the original one down. But what I know about the Sea of Thieves, I think that's a very great game. I've not played it, but I've seen it before. It's a very good game. And Pirates of the Caribbean Online is similar. And with the pirate stuff you missed, you got to see the last part of it. I was talking about the Somalia pirates, and we're talking about how they went and attacked these 4 Americans they deleted, which means they killed them in 2011. And we're viewing about that story. And also, you got to see the end part about what special forces were able to take the other pirates out. Because piracy is popular in Somalia. You know, because of these big companies, their oil companies go over there, and the people don't like it. But then the people commit crimes against innocent people and stuff, so then they become bad. All right. It's a very similar game. But every day, I sometimes do gaming streams. Other times I do the game in the beginning of the stream. And I do other stuff later, go back and forth between the different things. So that's my thoughts on that. The families of Combs were present in the courtroom throughout her testimony. Let's see. What is the Blue Dolphin ecstasy? Casey Ventura testified today that she took drugs during the freak-offs with Sean Diddy Combs, including a version of ecstasy called Blue Dolphin. Ecstasy, also is known for Molly or MDMA, is part of the class of psychoactive drugs that produce experiments not experience but produce experiences of emotional communion, relatedness, and openness. Some users report having less of an urgent to eat, not as urgent to eat, drink, or sleep, contributing to issues as a party drug. Its use as a party drug. The drug is taken orally, usually in tablet or capsules, and many may be made in different strengths or combined with other drugs. Many manufacturers create their tablets in specific colors or stamp them with certain symbols as a way of branding their products, building a confidence in their contents, and increasing their appeal to users. Popular symbols include alligator, trees, doves, dolphins, as well as the logos like the channel, Honda, Superman, Blue Dolphin as BMDMA tablet stamped with the symbol of dolphin. Blue Dolphin's the name of the drug, and it's ecstasy. I may be pronouncing it wrong. Uh-oh, the Blue Dolphin sounds like a Diddy concation. Yep. Concoction. A Diddy concoction. I never wanted anyone to ever see me like that, Ventura says. She asked Combs to delete videos. Alright, Anunnaki. Understood. Casey Ventura... You're welcome, Anunnaki. Casey Ventura said Sean Diddy Combs began recording the freak-offs of drug-fueled sex performances, or I like to say 6 performances, pretty early on in the first year. She testified that at first they were recording on a video camera. Later, they were recording on both his and her electronic devices. She said there was really a conversation before he began recording. Sean brought out the camera and set up. She testified. Ventura said she would later delete the video on the device when she saw them because they were humiliating and disgusting. She testified she frequently asked Combs to delete the videos he had, as well as particularly because his staff members had access to his devices. I never wanted anyone to ever see me like this, he said. Yeah, I feel bad for her too. And then up here, you got this. There's, yeah. And then you have over here some takeaways. Building a testimony day earlier on Wednesday, the pregnant 38-year-old pop singer described in disturbing detail what happened to her at the 2016 assault in Los Angeles hotel, offered visual proof of other alleged assaults, acknowledged she settled a civil lawsuit for $20 million, and explained to the jury what she decided to speak about. DJ says, I always wondered how much money he made off of Biggie, because he basically quit the game after Biggie passed on. Diddy never ran out of money after that. Yeah, I agree with you. It is very suspicious about what he did with that. And also this other... Eminem allegedly said... No, Eminem said allegedly... He didn't use the word allegedly, but he said that Pac was deleted by Diddy also. That's how I kind of like first was like learning about Diddy. He was talking about how he also had Tupac deleted. He just seemed like a shady guy, you know. Yeah, I wondered that, DJ. Very interesting question. And Anunnaki said, "Did the Diddy case is going to pop some real poopy news evidence? Big names and elites involved too. Yeah, the elites are worried. Absolutely. I can't carry this anymore," she said. "I can't carry the shame, the guilt, the way I was guided to treat people like they were disposable. What's right is right, what's wrong is wrong. I'm here to do the right thing." Ventura is also prosecution's star witness, and her testimony is key that the charges against the hip hop Mongol Combs has pleaded not guilty to the charges of racketeering and conspiracy, sex trafficking, and transportation, and engaging in prostitution. If convicted, he could face a sentence of a up to life in prison. They are jizzing in their pants now, in their panties now. Not only them, but also some big names and big media involved. Absolutely, I agree. Prosecutors have said Combs had his inner circle use threats, violence, and drugs, bribery, arson, and kidnapping, and lies to coerce Ventura, another woman, into participating in drug fueled sexual parties known as freak offs to protect the music Mongol's reputation. Also, there is a male escort that weed on, you'd say pissed on Ventura, and he got turned on by it. Diddy got turned on by it, and he was beating his tiny little banana to it. I agree, Inanaki. Thank you. Yeah, 2018. The defense acknowledged Combs has been violent with former girlfriends and has a different sex life. However, they say the women consented to these sexual arrangements and noted that was charged with racketeering and sex trafficking, not domestic violence. The central evidence in the case has been surveillance video of Combs beating Ventura at Los Angeles hotel in March 2016, and on the Wednesday, Ventura provided further details on what happened in the immediate aftermath. She left the hotel and took the Uber home while Combs sent her a series of text messages saying, "Call me, I got 6 kids," and claiming that he was being arrested, according to text messages read aloud in court. Diddy thought he was untouchable. John McCain's wife is also now under radar since she opened her mouth about knowing of Epstein. They're going to drag that EOS to Diddy connection. This is going to need some popcorn and drinks. You are correct, my friend, so we're going to fix that right now. All right, chat, here you go. Here's your popcorn and drinks. You know, alien blockbuster right here. All right, so drink, or give them a drink. Okay, and for everybody in chat, here we go. All right, there you go. All right, so don't they all know there's a in time there's a biatch named Karma that catches up. That is true. You cannot outrun her. If you don't pick up, you'll never hear my voice again. Ventura's friend called the police, and Ventura spoke with them, but she wasn't ready. The name Combs, she testified. Just in that moment, I didn't want to hurt him that way. It was just too much going on, she said. Ventura details her injuries with photos and a scar. Ventura said she suffered wounds and other medical issues from the freak-offs and from Combs assaulted in the jury sometime the real photos and the eyebrow scar. The jury was shown two selfie photos of Ventura that she were taken to the Uber ride home from the hotel in March 2016. She said a fat lip and was wearing sunglasses because I had black eye underneath, she testified. DJ said Sharon, he had friends like Ellen and TD Jakes, yes, and Oprah and Sheila. So yeah, he was untouchable until a rumor was he didn't take a liquor deal with a huge vodka company. You are correct, DJ. You are correct. That's true. Big names, and they wanted to stay. They had locked doors and guards. She was naive, but was not evil to be deserve such heinous crimes. Anunnaki, absolutely correct. The hotel assault came just before Ventura was set to attend the movie premiere for her film, The Perfect Match. Prosecutors showed the jury a photo of Ventura dressed in a gown wearing large black sunglasses. She said she hid her black eye, and she showed photo of Ventura and Combs in the premiere where some of her injuries were still visible. I had bruises on my body. They weren't completely covered, but makeup, Ventura testified, I had quite a bit of makeup on my face. You see, different from Amber Heard. Amber Heard had like some pinkness on her face, but that's something else. What she's talking about was real. Now, Diddy has Brian Steele, Young Thug's attorney. And I personally think Brian Steele is one of the greatest attorneys of all time. And I think that he is a brilliant man, and I really like his way he handled that trial and his compassion for his clients. And although I do not like Diddy, and I think he's guilty as sin, he has an excellent attorney. And I always thought he was going to get Diddy. I always thought that Diddy was going to get Steele. Hey, Mary Toodles. And so that is what I thought, that he would get. Brian Steele would become his attorney because he saw what happened with Thugga. And basically with that, he needs Steele because he could help him better than the other attorneys. Wait until you read her text messages to Diddy about these freak-offs. Scared. Like I posted soon, we all have popcorn and drinks for new breaks. I'll be buying a box of popcorn and drinks. Awesome. Casey is beautiful, happy. She has good life now. Yeah. Young. Yeah. A little bit more, then we'll be done. The hotel assault came just before Ventura was set to have an attended movie premiere for her film, The Perfect Match. Prosecutors showed the jury a photo of Ventura dressed in a gown, wearing large black sunglasses. She said, "Where hide her black eye." I read that. Okay, read that. In addition, Ventura showed the jury scars on her eyebrows that said came from Combs and threw her down into the corner of bed. In 2013, Ventura sent an image and jury Combs that the text so you can remember. The jury also saw the photos of injuries Ventura sustained from the altercation in December 2011. The photos of her with a black eye, mostly concealed by sunglasses in Jamaica in 2013 to 2014. The freak-offs and the drugs that she took endured them caused her gastrointestinal problems, most sores, and frequently urine tract infections. She testified she became heavily dependent on opiates during the relationship and eventually went to rehab, she testified. Ironically, Diddy is not in charged with her assault from that hotel video. Yeah, that is weird. Yeah. Maybe his attorneys did something. In 2013, she's having her horrible flashbacks and became self-deleting, suicidal, or we would say self-deleting tendencies. She testified she tried to walk into traffic, but her husband stopped her, and she testified as she broke down in tears. Scared. All right. Lawsuit was settled for 20 million on November 2023. Ventura bombshell lawsuit against Combs alleged that she had raped, denied, and wronged, and settled a lawsuit later. But her lawsuit set of a series of civil suits against Combs allegedly wrongdoing. All right. And Ventura says that learned that she could escalate a fight, make worse. She said assault. Ventura fought back against Diddy sometimes. She testified that there were times where she initiated physical fights with Combs, but she never saw any injuries on him afterwards. Sharon, it is going to show that she may have been willing to participate in those freak-offs. Now, Michael, it does show that she did say that she was going to participate in the freak-offs, but she felt like she was forced to do it. But thank you, Michael, though, for your insight. It'd be interested to see what those texts have to say. And Inanaki says, I do enjoy what's coming in the news world, like a fat child versus cake. And DJ says, darn Diddy sounds so spoiled and crazy. Reminds me of R. Kelly. They should be put him and R. Kelly in the same cell singing together. Absolutely, I do agree, DJ. I do agree. And Rebel says, P. Diddy going to prison. Oh, well, hello, Rebel. Great to see you, buddy. We're towards the end of the show, but I'm glad to see you. And also, the freak-off videos were used to blackmail Ventura. Combs took videos of freak-offs and used blackmail, threaten, coerce, according to testimony. In one instance, they had an argument, Kenny's Film Festival. On the fight of home played video of freak-offs, she thought she had been deleted. She testified Combs told her that he was going to embarrass me and release them. Ventura said, allegedly made frequent. Alright. And also we have this basically of that situation. Okay, Ventura accused Combs of rape. In August 2018, Ventura went to dinner with Combs in Malibu for what she thought was disclosure conversation dating her now. Combs was playful and romantic. On witness, Ventura paused and said, and then he raped in the living room. So, yeah, and also they were doing some other disgusting things, by the way. And that she was threatened by Kid Cudi of promoted threats. And Inaki, we're about to be ending it. Alright, so you're not going to, miss anything. Yeah. So, basically, actually, Inaki, we're going to be ending it now. And we'll be talking more about this as time goes on. As the streams go on, we'll be continuing to talk about this. So, everybody, thank you for participating in this really great live stream, and we got over 30 likes, and I really appreciate that, and all of you being here with me, and all the stuff that we have been talking about tonight. Yeah, Kid Cudi was a bad dude. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And I hope all of you have a good evening. And let's go over here. All right. And peace.